All right, we're gonna go ahead and get going. Let me make sure I'm streaming. Yes, I am. All right, we are doing the third session of our latest EU4 game where we are playing Bengal. Today we have all the neighbors back, so this is a big game. There's, oh man, almost 40 people in today. It's a big one. I expected drop-off of like players in this game, and the number's actually gone up, so it's been interesting. There's going to be a Sang player, a Mewar player, a Vijayangar player, a Timurids player. No one in Southeast Asia or Indonesia at all. There is going to be a Ming, which is the Manchu. Manchu is in the process of conquering Ming. They are doing a fantastic roleplay job in the Discord. If you want to read in our public statements channel, he's been doing all kinds of like roleplay statements around it. It's been very fun to read. There's a Japan player. There's a Kilwa player. There is an Ethiopian player, and of course there is a Ottoman player as well. So pretty busy for Asia. How's it going, Seago? What's up, man? I am not going to be exhausted like last week. I actually got a very good night's sleep for once, so I think we'll be in for a good one today. So reminder, in last session, we completed the holy roads that we built with our neighbors. We built a road from Lhasa to our capital, Angada, and then from Gada to Varanasi, the holy city of the Hindu faith. And we are in the process of building a road to the south along the coastline down to Hampi, another religious site. Since we are a Muslim leader, a Muslim Sultan, with a population which is entirely Hindu, and I don't plan on changing that. We're not going to convert any provinces. We need to always be doing things to basically gain the support of the people of our country who do not share our religion, which has been fun. We also cooperated with the Sang to fight a war of two of the nations which no longer exist here, due to the fact that in the roleplay, they were blocking the road that we were going to try and build from our capital to theirs, which obviously when we wanted so pilgrims could travel without being accosted on the road and had good roads to travel on. They didn't allow it, so we dealt with them. There was a bit of a conflict of us and the Sang, but we solved it in terms of like who got what. He got obviously the mountainous regions, we got the lowlands, and we split it by the states there. So that was the end of the last game. What's up, Loki? Who are our country's enemies? Right now, the main one is the Pigu. We are still very big enemies with them, as they did harbor pirates in the past. We did execute their queen by like tying an anchor to her leg and like throwing her off the dock in their capital. So we're winning the rivalry, but we're definitely rivals with them. Beyond the Pigu, there's really the Orissa. They used to be our rivals, and of course Yanpur. All those are AI though. We don't have any player rivals, but I do expect that to not last for very long, so we'll see. Vijayangar and us are actually, what's up, Finster? Vijayangar and us were actually not really hostile. But again, like I said, I don't think that'll last forever. When we left off last time, the other thing that we had been role-playing out is we've had huge amounts of religious refugees because the Timurids have converted to Zoroastrianism, and as such, they have, for a while in the early days of that conversion, massively they force converted a lot of Muslims there. So us and then the Kilwa player down here, as well as I believe the Ottomans a little bit, all in the roleplay opened ourselves up to refugees. So in the roleplay, we are dealing with a bit of an influx of population, which we're used to. We can deal with it, you know, but it is a little brutal, so it has been impacting us a little bit. And then our current leader, who is Sultan Saif-ud-Din Hamza, he has been king or sultan for a very long time now. It was his mother who was the sultana, who was religious, and his whole life he's been seeking to kind of undo the damage she did religiously to the country, which has been very damaging. He is righteous, a charismatic negotiator, and a navigator. He's a man very focused on the trading and diplomatic relations we have, so we've done a lot of diplomacy in his lifetime and really established some very good allies to our sultanate. Our ability to administer anything is non-existent, so as such we have completely and totally ignored and failed to deal with the decentralization bureaucratic issues we've had due to past sultans giving away a lot of the power that we should have centralized in the capital to the estates and other groups within our country. What's up, Moose? We should make Pigu a super small state. We'll go for them eventually, but I'm not going to rush wars. Our heir is, to us, a disappointment. He's greedy, which isn't a bad thing, but he's a 304, so he lacks any ability to negotiate with foreign leaders, and he does not have a mind for trade. Very different than us. That being said, he's got a very good military mind, and he's an adept bureaucrat, so he will be able to deal with some of the weaknesses we have, but he also will completely and totally fail to continue our strong diplomatic relations that we have as a 6th diplomatic leader and obviously a charismatic negotiator. So we know that we have to kind of secure our future in terms of trade and diplomacy because our son is going to not do a very good job, frankly. The rivers running through Bengal are more than enough to feed the increasing immigrants, though, I'd assume. Yes, they are. We have the ability to deal with the influx, but getting them into like actual useful jobs in the mint cities and places like that are not easy, so we're struggling with that a bit. Yeah, we're at 061 right now. Very charismatic, incredibly charismatic. Lacks skill in really anything else. He's great with people. He understands trade and how it relates to obviously building good alliances and treaties, but that's about it. So anyway, that's the background. We are going to go from here. Also, hope everyone's doing good today. Well, just a reminder, I am not streaming much this coming week, and I won't be streaming too much the week after. I have my dad's visiting, and I have family visiting, and I just won't be able to stream much. So this coming week, I might stream Tuesday. I might stream the second Iberia game. I don't think I probably will, and then I will be back next Sunday. So it'll be today, and then I'll probably be back a week from today, most likely. Just heads up. Don't worry, I'll go back to streaming lots after. Hammurabae, where do I submit a custom EU4 Grand Campaign Nation? Denise, you go to the Grand Roleplay Campaign section of the Discord, and then in announcement, there's a link to it, and I think that's the EU4 sign-up channel. There's a channel, go to the top of that, and it'll have an overview on how to sign up for them. So, yeah, that's where you need to go. We have had a lot of revolts in our lifetime, which again really comes down to, I think, our lack of administrative skill. It's hard to keep so many different cultures and so many different religions, because at this point, although technically the majority of Bengal is Hindu, and it is, there is a very large Muslim minority and still a very large Buddhist minority from our allies to the north. So it's religiously and culturally very complicated, meaning there are a lot of groups that don't like having not only a Muslim sultanate, but a one with a Persian culture, which is what we're going to say that our leadership is, because they came from what is now the Timurids. So the Timurids have gone Zoroastrian, which is very surprising. We had some contact in the several generations ago with the Timurids, and we did establish an embassy there. That embassy disappeared after the Timurids began their religious purges, and we haven't heard from them since. We obviously are very worried about our relationship with them, but thankfully we do have the Miwar in between us. He wasn't here in the last 2 sessions, so I think we're going to go talk to him in just a moment. So let's go do that right now. Sounds good, Denise. When is it that you said you will stream Stellaris? There is a big Stellaris, a really fun Stellaris game starting on the 22nd of July. So in 12 days, a little less than 2 weeks, it'll be a week from this coming Friday. We're going to start a new Stellaris game, and the lore the players have made for their countries is kind of incredible, so I think it'll be a really good game. Let's go find the Miwar player. We'll do in just a moment. Maharani!
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the city of Kitor.
I am ambassador, the Sultan of Bengal.
Yes, welcome. What's your interest in this great city?
We have talked a little over the last years, and I must say, despite Bengal continuing to wish to work with our good friends in the Miwar, we are a little worried about the rapid expansion we've seen from you over the last couple of years, and how many of the nations surrounding us, both our enemies and those we hold in good faith, have built a great coalition against you, and we wish to see how you plan on addressing that.
Yes, currently there's no interest from me or the next king to expand any further into India. Currently, the goal is to stabilize the country and bring prosperity to all the people living there.
That is good to hear. I'm glad that you are focused more on the peace and prosperity. It is easy to conquer land. It is much, much harder to administer them. This, I think, my Sultan knows very well. In that case, I can tell my Sultan that you do not plan any more conquests, because if that is the case, he will be very happy to hear that and support you with dealing with any of these nations that would seek to take away the lands you have conquered recently.
Yes, I am only speaking as the current regent, as the king is not yet fit to rule, but I assure you that he will not seek any more expansion in the near years.
That is good to hear.
Hopefully, the future is bright to both our countries.
I think it will be. In that case, I do have the wish of my Sultan to broach another subject, which is the creation of the religious roads that my Sultan and his father before him have been building. As you know, in Bengal, we hold religious tolerance to be important above all things. Although my Sultan is a devout Muslim, my people, or his people, I apologize, are all manner of religions, including Hindu, as you are, and Buddhist, as our friends to the north are. We have undergone a great construction project to connect our capital in Gada to the holy city of Varanasi, of your faith, Lhasa, the holy city of our Buddhist brethren, as well as a great road to the south to Hampi. We wish to see if the Miwar would be willing to also embrace a religious road connecting your capital to the border that goes towards the holy city of Varanasi, as well as one to the south to connect with Hampi and our mutual friends in the Vijayangar.
Yes, even though I am a pious person of the Hindu faith,
Of course.
I can assure that I made sure that no religious persecutions ever happen in this great kingdom.
That is good to
And
hear.
I am willing to finance a great road to the holy cities.
I'm glad to hear that.
As soon as the government, as the kingdom, finds enough money in its vault to create one, I can assure that it shall be done.
That is understandable. In that case, we suspected you might say something along those lines after your recent conquests, and as such, I have brought a great gift from my Sultan. We hope that it will begin to ease your burden and help allow for this road to be built, as my Sultan does view it to be of most importance to all those in the Indian subcontinent.
Yes, thank you. The creation of the road shall begin shortly.
Thank you. Okay, Maharani. I have one last question that my Sultan wished to ask.
Yes.
In the past, we made a deal which would allow the safe passage of all Muslims seeking the persecution of the Zoroastrians to your west, through your borders, towards Yanpur, or to Bengal if they wish. We just wish to see if that treaty still stands and that you would allow those Muslims persecuted by the Timurids to come through your borders safely along your roads towards Bengal if they would wish.
Yes, if any Muslims leave the great empire of Timurids, they shall find safety and safe passage to their next destination in Mewar. No harm shall happen to them while they travel.
Very well. You are a very good man. I will be happy to relay this to my Sultan. Is there anything else before I would leave?
No, I am afraid there's nothing else of great importance.
We thank you for being willing to always work with your friends in Bengal, and I hope to see you again soon.
I thank you too.
Thank you. Cool. The regent, he is zealous, but like he's obviously the regent and not the heir, so that'll be interesting. The Miwar are still open to working with us, which is good. Also, I did rename that Don't Stack Wipe Me. Pretty funny. All right, we'll call it Diet. Gorgats. Where is Gorgats? The Rajputs are asking for a larger barracks, which is reasonable. Militarily, we have fallen a bit behind. We know this. We're not a military man. And so when we're given such strong advice, shall we say, I'm sure we'd be willing to do it. Gorgat, there it is. We build the barracks. And with our remaining capital, I think we are going to go ahead and build up some more shipyards. Perfect. So in today's session, generally the goals I have for it is I do want us to fight a few wars and try and split the Yan Peru of the Miwar, because they are our historical rivals and we want to do so. I also want us to take the fight to the Pigu and finish them off at least in their coastline, so I want us to go all the way around here. We're also going to work this whole game to develop our economy, because the mods that we use allow for a lot of things like building-wise and other mechanics that allow for economic development, which you don't normally see in base EU4, which is a lot of fun. And we are going to seek to build the greatest trade fleet in all of Asia. So those are our main goals for today. I think it will be a little bit hard and complicated, considering who we have as an heir, who will probably cause quite a lot of problems, especially with our allies. Since he is a zero Diplo leader, I am going to roleplay out probably some, just frankly, just pure incompetence diplomatically, so we might piss off or even lose an ally or two. So, we'll see how that will go. How are we looking in terms of naval limit? We are over, but we can get that up pretty quick. What kind of countries can you form as Bengal? I think it's Hindustan, without converting culture, of course, which, you know, allows you to do pretty much anything. It is, yes, Hindustan is what we would need. But it would require us to have Delhi and a bunch of land that the Miwar player has and all this, so we will not be able to form it. So we will be playing Bengal all game. But if this was a single-player game and we were going to conquer all of India, we would form Hindustan, which is, I believe, the one you form if you are a Muslim leader. I think Bahmanis, they also form Hindustan, I think. So, yeah. I have liked to play India. I've done a lot of India in the past, like in early EU4. But I don't know if these formables were in the game then. I did quite a few Vijayangar runs in the early part of EU4. They were fun. I think you formed, I think you could form the Mughals, I want to say. I could be wrong about that. You need a lot of northern India to form the Mughals, though, and I think a little bit of, like, Pakistan. It's been a while. We have embraced the recent institution of colonialism. I apologize. We have embraced the Renaissance. Vijayangar have embraced colonialism. We have it. He is doing dev spawning of institutions. I find it to be non-roleplay-y, so I will not do it. I will benefit from him. Obviously, when he spawns it, it will eventually get to us, but we are not going to dev spawn institutions as in a roleplay game. I don't feel like that is really valid. That being said, I'm not going to stop him from doing that. So when he gets it, we will also get the institutions just a little bit later, which is fine. We have, frankly, a very good economy right now. I'd love to see the ledger, but it is locked out, which is good. This is a roleplay game. You know, we don't want people just browsing through it kind of thing. Dhaka's the place I think I'm going to probably really dev, and we may actually switch our capital there, because Dhaka is the important trade hub historically of Bengal during this time period. Ghana was the capital, but Dhaka was like the trade hub and like the really big city. I think it was the Dhaka, which during actually really this time period, the early to mid 1500s in our own history, not in this timeline, of course, they were the 5th largest city on the planet. So it was, I think it was Dhaka, not Ghana. I could be wrong though. So as such, it's a massive, massive hub of like traders. So I think we will dev that up a little bit later on, especially since they probably will turn it into a world trade hub. We do have, I think, one to start off with. Yes, we do have an in Chittagong, which was owned by the Pigu, and that AI turned them into a world trade hub, or world port, which we're obviously going to be happy to benefit from. But Dhaka, roleplay-wise, is our trade hub, so we'll want to prioritize that. There's also the Barakatra there, which is a fantastic institution for trade. It gives trade efficiency and trade steering. No, ship power and then trade steering, and a merchant, which is nice. But obviously, as with any great project, very expensive to build. Very expensive. So, though one of the mods we're using, the trade good mod, is really cool. It adds infrastructure. You can build roads and canals. It adds a mine. You can build a mine, which will have a chance to spawn like some of like the more useful materials, such as gold, lead, that kind of thing. And then you can build latent goods, which allow you to like basically produce specialized goods, which are very valuable. So a lot of them are locked behind tech. We can get, I think, marble and like one tech, and I believe cannons as well. So we'll see if we want to do that. Not too sure. With our excess of capital, we are going to keep building some buildings. Again, oh, the Brahmins are really not too great. We did give them legitimacy to rule. Because again, the Brahmins represent the Hindus in our country, and again, we are Muslim sultans in a Hindu country. So we do not want to gain their ire, that is for sure. We could let them onto our council and give them a special place on it, but I don't think we want to do that quite yet, because we don't want to give them too much power. He is a charismatic negotiator, so he'd probably find a way to convince them not to want that. So we'll wait. I think we did build the whole road, though. Let me check to see if we did, because we did promise to finish that. No, we haven't built the road to the south. We need to build the road all the way down to the Vijayanagara. Did they take up a building slot, the roads? They do. Okay, that's good to know. Roads give trade power, friendly movement, and then possible number of building increase. Okay, so no, they don't. They don't actually take a building slot because they give a building slot. So they are free, basically. That 20% trade power for a road is really cool, and it does make sense. I mean, you need roads for trade to flow well. I always wondered why they didn't give a trade bonus to shipyards or dockyards. I feel like those, it would make a lot of sense for them to get a bit of trade power, but I get not wanting to unbalance it kind of thing, you know? So our two rivals are the Risa and the Yanpur. We have no other ones. Ayutthaya actually did make us a rival, so we could go ahead and do that. I think we will. We'll make them into a big rival. I'll write out a post about that, actually. Let's go do that right now. Well, let's see. EU4 public statements. Been a lot of big posts today. Bengal's gains trade rival. Bengal, in recent years, has cemented its place as one of Asia's wealthiest and greatest trading hubs, both on land and sea. The Great Road Project, instituted by the Sultan, allowed for both easier pilgrimages, easier movement for pilgrims, as well as providing good roads for caravans to bring and take the many valuable goods of Bengal all over. On the sea, the trade fleets of the Bengal fleet are seen in almost every harbor in India and beyond, reaching even so far as to the trade cities of the Kilwa and the New Caliph. New Caliph's lands in Egypt. Just heads up, the Mamluks are dead. The Ottomans have taken them, so that's what's going on there. We actually do need to send a letter or an envoy. We should send an envoy because he's the new Caliph. The Caliph is the religious head of the Muslim faith. It was very important during this time period, and the Ottomans took it from the Mamluks historically and held it until modern day when they got split up in World War I. They did take it in this timeline too. The Mamluks did lose the title of Caliph to the Ottomans. So as a Muslim leader, we would probably want to send an envoy to them, which I haven't. But anyway, we'll do that in a minute. Things appear. Let's see. It appeared as though their trade power was unstoppable. Yet there is now another beginning to also be seen almost as much as them. I can never fucking pronounce their name. Ayutthaya? Ayutthaya. Ayutthaya. Okay. The Ayutthaya were for a period friends of Bengal. Yet their rapid increase in size and power has resulted in the wealth to commission great ships which rival Bengal's own. There was a diplomatic incident 10 years back when a trading vessel of Bengal was seized in their capital port despite a treaty granting safe harbor. This vessel was one of Bengal's long route ships, whose design was unique to the Sultanate and allowed trade in farther ports than all their neighbors. Bengal has slowly been losing hope for a diplomatic solution, and as such formally sent an ambassador, ending all treaties and diplomatic contact. Is a trade war on the horizon? Who is to say? Alright, so basically the gist of it is, we were friends with the Ayutthaya because it used to be a player, it's not anymore, it's an AI. So we're going to basically say that they stole a ship of ours and basically reverse engineered it, the equivalent of, because in this time period, Bengal had ships that could basically go farther than anyone else. This was a real thing in this time period. It's one of the reasons that they were so much wealthier than many of the other cities in Asia. There were other reasons, but their ships could basically just go farther and trade in more far-flung ports. That was a real thing. So we're going to basically say that the Ayutthaya, since they're now very big and powerful, had the confidence to basically just straight up steal one of our ships in port and start producing their own variations of it. So they are now becoming a trade rival of ours.
Great Sultan of Bengal.
Hello there. What moment?
We are the diplomat from Taesong and the Lama himself.
It is good to have you here. If you would give me just a moment, I am finishing something.
Oh, we
Just a
understand.
post. Ah, it's a fucking GIF image. All right, there we go. I apologize. I was dealing with a court matter. What can I do for you, Ambassador?
We know your enemies of Jampur. Are we still correct on?
They are. Jampur is always a thorn in our side, yet there is another who is beginning to take more of our interests. My admirals and my generals are much more concerned about the Ayutthaya. Have you heard the news recently?
No, that we have not.
As you know, Bengal is blessed with the greatest shipbuilders in all of Asia. Our fleet is able to travel to corners of this earth that many cannot. It is a miracle of our ship workers that allows our ships to go much further than others. Several years back, it came to our attention that a ship was sieged in the port, capital city of the Ayutthaya. We had a treaty with their king, which said that we would have safe harbor for all trading ships within their borders. Yet despite this, their government, I suspect drunk on the power they have taken from their neighbors, seized that ship and has begun to produce their own versions of our ships as well. And they are becoming both a military and trade rival of Bengal. We are growing increasingly worried, which takes a lot more of my time and attention than the Jampur, though they are also of a worry now.
Well, we have come to inform you that we will be declaring war on the hordes in the north,
Ah, the Chagatai.
who are great allies of your enemy.
I suspect I know what you are going to ask next.
Yes.
As a good friend of the saying, Bengal, of course, will come to your aid, and we will send our armies west to fight Jampur. But I would have a request.
Yes.
I would ask that the saying, your government, as you are in many ways, although different in religiously, the head of the world of the Buddhist faith, our rivals in the Ayutthaya, although they follow the Theravada branch of Buddhism, I suspect many there do still respect the holy sites as well as your government, as the Lama. We would ask that you formally decry and condemn their recent behavior and their breaking of treaties.
Yes, I'm sure the Dalai Lama could be swayed.
If you would agree
He's a
to
very
that,
pious man, and
Indeed.
anything that shows a breaking of such is not good.
that is why we have always wished to work with you, as we know that your word is bond, and we thought the same of the Ayutthaya, as they share your religion. One of the greatest admirals in our history, who has now died, Ajim, he was also a Buddhist, and he convinced us that the Ayutthaya had nothing against us after the War of the Pigu, yet clearly that is not the case. If you would be willing to condemn their actions, it would do great for our trade war, which is beginning to brew with them.
Yes, I am sure the Lama would be willing to do so.
In that case, we would be happy to send our armies west against the Emperor. When do you plan on, when does your Lama plan on declaring this war?
The 15th of March.
Not much time. Very well. I will call my generals, create a war council, and get the troops ready. Our men stand ready to fight alongside you. The reason they did it is because being better able to protect their trade due to a higher naval force limit plus a trade power boost would be nutty. Who fits there? Are you talking about the Ayutthaya? It is an AI, just heads up. Tech-wise, we're really good. We're ahead on everything except for administrative. So we'll be able to deal with the Emperor. They have a military level of 7. So we are a lot more advanced than they are. I'm going to send our troops... No. Well, I would send our troops to Varanasi as we'd be on the doorstep of their capital. But to station an army in the holy city would be, I think, sacrilege. So we'll come from the north instead. It's an inconvenience, but we must respect the holiness of Varanasi. We will also go ahead and build up another shipyard. So we'll do 2 shipyards. And then with the remnants of our wealth, we will build more trade ships to be able to compete with the Ayutthaya. I'm talking about why they didn't include a trade power increase with the shipbuilding. Ah, yes, I gotcha. Yeah, no, it would be so abusable. You are completely right, Finster, and I get that's why they didn't do it. They have to balance the game. I get that, but it always just felt weird to me that, like, you know, most of trade during this time period, especially if you were, you know, a primarily sea trade, you know, country, which a lot were, a good dockyard and a good shipyard would be fully required to become, like, a stronger trade power, right? So it would make sense for that to happen, but making sense and being balanced are 2 very different things, right? So it's, again, understandable. All right, we have stationed our army under General Chaudhuri in the north. We will cut straight south to their capital and attempt to siege it out. There we go.
I don't think they're going to be coming into war for some odd reason.
Oh, that is a shame, as our country did lose stability going to war against a Hindu nation. Or, sorry, Muslim nation.
That is very odd that they decided to decline once they saw you come in. We do apologize. We thought they would come in. I wonder
Indeed.
what changed in their government.
Well, you'll provide any support you need in this war. I am not willing to send my whole army north to fight, as like, we do not supply chains for it, but I will send half of my army.
That's the out of character. That's like the oddest thing I've ever seen the AI do.
That is really weird. Usually it like for sure tells you whether it'll happen or not. But to be fair, the AI's calculations, it may have thought that like I wouldn't have joined the war, but as a player, I didn't do what the AI would have done kind of thing, you know?
Well, you know what? That could be.
Yeah. I would assume that's what it was. We're going to formally embargo the Ayutthaya as the trade war is beginning to ramp up. They have done the same, so we are not able to... We are still able to push a little bit. Well, of our new trade fleet, we are going to send them to the Ayutthaya, and we are going to begin to pirate their trade power there. I suppose in many ways it is weird for us to be the ones sending up pirates, but again, the Ayutthaya, what they did with stealing our trade vessel is unacceptable, so we will use anything we can to get back at them. Oh, we just need that one province so we can get that. Because there's 25 naval tradition. Wow. As the trading fair goes to the end of the nomad caravan have started setting up their charts and moving away from the next fair. Or should we bribe them to stay? We get development in the provinces. Absolutely. 35 gold for development. I'm unbelievably excited for Vicky 3 Roleplay. Should probably brush off my economics text, but first though, yeah, true offense there. I'm super psyched for Vicky 3 Roleplay too. When it drops, I think our server is going to basically just run Vicky 3 for like a week straight every day, so get ready for that. It'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. The population dynamics in it, the economic dynamics in it, the spheres with the updated systems. I'm really excited. It'll obviously, I think, lack a lot of features because, of course, it is. It's a Paradox, game when it first comes out. But I think it should be really, really fun. I'm looking forward to it a lot. There was a time when the dev diary for military first came out, I was a little worried because I frankly don't expect Paradox to do a good job. And I still don't. I don't think the military system will work very well when it drops. It's one of those interesting ideas Paradox comes up with, and then they half-bake it, and then they don't really do it well on first release, and then there will be a DLC later that'll make it good. There will be a war DLC at some point that'll cost $40, but it will make military, I think, really good. But beyond the military problems, after I kind of got disheartened by that, and I really got to look more at the newer dev diaries, and then I got to see some of the gameplay when obviously that version got leaked, right? It made me realize that it is still going to be a very, 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 very good game, which it makes me excited because Vicky 2, I love Vicky 2. I don't stream it much or play it much anymore because much like CK2, I have been spoiled by the graphics of more modern games, and it kind of makes me less inclined to want to play them. It's why, despite the amazing mods for Mountain Blade Warband, I can't play it much anymore because I could play Bannerlord kind of thing. It's why I can't play CK2 because I could play CK3. And while CK3 lacks a lot of content, it's good enough and its graphics are so much better. It's just hard to want to play CK2. So, point being though, I was very disheartened with Vicky 3, and now I am very much looking forward to it, like you, man. So, it'll be good. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it looks like they did, whether it was accidentally or on purpose, they did release the release date, which is going to be in the middle of November. So I think November 14th is when it's probably going to be released. I'd heard late September, mid-October, but it looks like they are pushing it back now to November, so that'll be interesting. All right, we are going to send these ships to privateer, the Ayutthaya Trade Hub. We have sent half of our army north of General Chowdhury to support our allies in the Seine. That appears to be going very well. It would have been nice to fight our Yunpur rivals, but it appears that they were too cowardly to face our armies. No surprises there, to be honest. No surprise at all. What's up, Wilhelm? Well, have you been streaming anymore, man? Oh, we're doing a rehost. Why?
Is that what happened?
Yeah. They've been, the last two sessions, they've been very trigger happy with the rehost.
I thought I lost the server. I was gonna be.
Yeah, no. It's never rehost. I hope it's not just like one player can't join or something. Because we got almost 40 players in this game.
Because every time I thought it was like because I'm the llama. Because every time I went to go to war with this game, I got disconnected.
Really?
Yeah,
I remember you DC'd a couple times in the last couple games, so.
Yeah, it was every time I went to war.
All right, we got a rehost coming up here. You stream later tonight in an hour or two. Hell yeah, Bill. Nice. I love to do a two-player roleplay as the US with each player taking a side in the Civil War. The actual warfare system is fun. You could choreograph it with the other players for the sake of roleplay. That would be interesting. What I want to do, by the way, yes, I know Moose, I'm waiting for it. What I want to do for, I promised the, one of the sub-goals I had was the China Millennium Dawn roleplay, which I still plan on doing, but I started to, like, stream it 2 weeks ago. I've been really busy and kind of stressed with server shit. I started to stream it 2 weeks ago, and I really kind of felt like the single-player, like, MD world was really empty. So what I'm planning on doing for the China Millennium Dawn roleplay series that I want to make for YouTube, but also to stream it, is when I come back from, like, I don't want to say vacation, visiting with family over the next 2 weeks, I'm going to basically do an MP game. What I'm going to do is invite a few, like, really good role players I like, and I know they roleplay really well, and I'm going to get them put on top of, like, the big countries. So I want, like, a player on the US, on China, someone on, like, Germany or the EU, and then maybe an India player. And then what I want to do is, like, just with 4 or 5 really good role players, roleplay out the MD China game, like kind of in an MP game, but it'll be kind of like it won't be a regular server game. It'll be like invitational only. So I think that'll make it more entertaining and more interesting. So just heads up about that. Need 2 USAs? I don't know about that, but I figured since I made it like a big sub goal and that like it's gonna be like I'm gonna put a lot of time and effort into it as a YouTube series. I want it to be done right. So I'm gonna wait to do that. So in probably 2 weeks or so, I'll start that. All right, so we are going for a rehost. Hopefully this won't take forever. Civil War fully RP'd. You can do that in End of a New Beginning really easily. End of a New Beginning is stable for multiplayer. And it does have a very well-made Civil War system. If you mean historical, if you mean modern, then yeah, that's fair. But US Civil War RP would be fun, but truly RPing the Confederates is kind of fucked. Yeah, true. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot stick. You guys know my opinion on the Confederates. I don't think I need to say that. I'm not a fan. We'll go with that. There's nothing quite like the feeling of sadness when you pick up your coffee cup only to see a tiny bit at the bottom. It's truly a traumatic experience, I have to say. Chevy, are you a coffee guy? I assume so.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Like coffee, or like, you know, just coffee gets me through my morning kind of thing.
Coffee gets me through my morning kind of thing.
I got you.
Back when I worked in an office and I worked like nonstop, I was all the time.
Oh
every
yeah.
day.
Yeah, you need that to keep
Now
the gears
that
moving.
working home is the new norm, not as bad.
It's such a nice cultural shift. I know there's been a lot of pushback for the obvious reasons, which is the real estate market for office, you know, workspaces, but like, it looks like it's kind of here to stay because people just are not putting up with going back, which is really cool.
Well, I know in my field, we were going virtual for a long time.
No.
A lot of your sales or technology was all going home.
Yes.
So
I mean, it's not needed. I mean, there are some, you know, industries that obviously you have to be there, but they're rare unless you're like explicitly doing like service work, food work, or like, you know, manufacturing, obviously. Pretty much everything else doesn't have to be in an office workplace.
and my place of employment at the time was ahead of time because our main office burnt down, and so they put us all in trailers at first.
Jesus.
And they're like, oh, this is getting expensive. And they're like, you just go all work from home. And then they realized how cheap it was.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? You guys could just stay home.
You save a lot of money on like all the costs of the building, the rent, and then like having like a manager like in the workplace. It really, I think, reduces the amount of work a manager needs to be doing for like, you know, office staff, generally speaking, which, you know, you can cut costs with. If I did a Confederate RP, I would outlaw slavery, but like try to justify it with states' rights. It's still fucked. Yeah, but see, it's almost unrealistic to do that because the whole reason that the Civil War was fought by the Confederates was for slavery. They'll give you 101 different reasons, which are all bullshit, but that's why they did it. Hot take, if the North didn't invade the South, slavery would have gone away due to the Southerners using legislation to force others to keep slavery going. Doubt. Heavily doubt.
I think if the Confederacy would have won, England and other foreign powers would have stopped slavery after a while.
England would have invaded the U.S. again for sure. I agree with that. I think if they'd gone to a standstill and the North had like basically gotten a white peace with the Confederates, the North would have made a treaty with England and they would have fought and would have subjugated the South again too. Because England, for all their many problems, was very fiercely anti-slavery at that point. I mean, they had other forms of slavery to their poor, of course, but it was nothing like, you know, the triangle trade system or how the South used them and abused them in plantations. It's a whole different ballgame. Oh, new ideas up. Cool. Thank you, Size. I just saw. Also, dog, I can't believe you're 32. You unironically sound 21 or 22, and I know, like Jesus said, I'm bad with like ages, but Jesus Christ, that blew my mind. I still think you're kind of fucking with me. I'm gonna be honest, Scythe. No, I don't think you should. I'm like, you sound mature. That's not like what I'm saying. You just don't sound older. Like when people get into their 30s, their voice and like how they talk tends to change a lot. And you just, I don't know. I don't see that. I think it might be your Scottish accent throwing me off. I'm gonna be honest, but still. You don't sound just like shell shocked from life. That's the main thing. And I think your Scottish accent on top of that. Usually by like the early 30s, people have like been broken a little bit by reality and you can like hear it in their voice. I don't hear that with you, which is weird. You moved to America in 2004. Oh, damn, man. That was a while back. And you still have such a strong Scottish accent, too. Damn.
Bro, I'm broken.
Scythe, did I ever tell you, I told you I lived in Scotland for a few years when I was younger. When I got back to the States when I think I was 8 or 9, I had a full Scottish accent like you. Like it was, no one could understand me. Like none of my family in Washington could understand me when I came back. But I lost it so quick. I think because I was so young, but still.
Yeah,
I'm broken, but I grew up with a chaotic home, so I'm used to chaos.
We can
That's
go
fair.
talk. Are you talking like?
No, I'm talking to Hammer.
What's up?
Hamu, do you know how to fucking fix something with like I just lost my fucking Twitch account because apparently like my authenticator doesn't have my authenticator on it anymore.
You'll need to do recovery. It'll take a little while. There's a way to do it. You're gonna have to contact Twitch support.
I did. They were like, "Oh, you got to contact Authy." I contact Authy. Like, yeah, we can't do anything about that. And now I'm like, what? Just remove the fucking authenticator from the account and let me.
If Twitch and Authy won't do it, you're fucked, my man.
Yeah. No,
That's
Authy's saying like they don't know what happened to it, like it's broken. And I'm trying to explain that to Twitch. Twitch is like, oh, Twitch has removed it before in the past.
Send them another email. So just keep fucking messaging them until you either they like stop responding or they just you know they do
well,
it.
I pulled my fucking I pulled my phone out. Pulled my phone out.
Finster, are you talking shit? If you're born in 2004, you're an actual child, my mans. See, you didn't live through fucking 08, which isn't that bad, but I mean compared to the
living through 08.
compared to the recession we're about to have though. Have you guys seen like the news in terms of like economics, like worldwide? We are in it now. I've been saying it for a couple of months now, which we are in a recession,
the
but
whole
it is
fucking globe is. Have you not seen the food crisis that's happening in Egypt and all them?
I'm very aware. I've been talking about it for a while. Yeah, and you like the Ukraine situation. It's just gonna get bad. Food prices are crazy. I went to get groceries like 2 weeks ago, and like
gas and diesel.
And it was mind blowing. I spent I think almost double what I did last time at groceries, and I buy basic shit. I buy primarily like rice, macaroni, and then I will buy like food for like burritos, which is like the food I eat when I'm feeling rich, right? And like my food bill doubled, which was crazy.
Do you have local farms near you?
No.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I think so. There's a few, but
if you have local farms near you, I would try them because they're usually a little cheaper than the stores. That's where I've been going, but even then, it's like for an ear of corn, it's like almost $1.50 for an ear of corn now. It's ridiculous. It's because of how much it is for fuel now. They gotta pay.
Supply chain, fuel costs, all those other factors. It's just jacked everything up. Plus, I mean, they have to pay more to all the services that they buy, except for wages, of course, which never go up, but still. Yeah, I'm so fucked with the economy the way it is. They're just trying to ignore it. Yeah, Jay, that's how it is, man. Just don't think about it. It's not great. Vegetable oil's up 400% for this last year. Yeah, olive oil too. I like to cook with olive oil, especially like with some snacks I like to make. And man, the price on that has gone up so much too. It sucks, man. It's brutal. Not easy. There's been a report generated. Warehouses filled with food have had fires all over the world, and not just isolated warehouses. The numbers are in the hundreds. It's very sus. I mean, there's also just like the water issues, the heat issues. Global warming is making itself seen. This summer and last summer especially, we're beginning to really see the beginnings of what global warming will do to the planet. And it's scary, man. It is. Like, people have been talking about it my whole life. Since like I was a kid, from my parents and other people, I've always heard about, what global warming will cause to like our everyday lives. And it always seemed kind of abstract, especially in the 2000s and 2010s when things were a little normal. But now, COVID just completely culture shocking everyone and changing life, combined with now global warming affecting, especially in the summers. I mean, it's very real, It feels very real.
That's what's nuclear power, guys. Put little nuclear reactors in cars. They'll fix it.
We didn't have to live through 08, but we lost 2 issues of our lives to co-op. Yeah, I mean, but everyone did. Everyone lost lives to COVID. It fucked me. COVID really fucked me because I was at the tail end of like college, and oh boy, I think I've told that story a few times. I won't do it because it's not a fun story. But like, man, COVID, I won't say ruined my life, but it put me down a path I did not expect to go. We'll go with that.
I definitely think it will be a lot better. I think America and the Western nations will definitely not feel it as bad as the rest of the globe, like the third world countries.
The West has the benefits of the institutions it's built with, its dynamics over the non-Western world to be able to deal with it better, but it will still be brutal, and I think a lot of people's lives will be uprooted. Like, people just aren't going to be used to like the changes to how they will have to live life. What's up, Marlon? How you doing?
I think what you'll see a lot of like a lot of people are gonna wake up and they're gonna realize like we've lived very well as like just America in general. We've lived this life of where we can waste food. And,
there's that movie that came on Netflix. There was a lot of it I thought was a little bit silly. It was that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. It's about like when they spot the asteroid and the asteroid like destroys the planet. And that movie I didn't love a lot of it. But the end of like the last scene before the asteroid hits them and they all die. There's that line from DiCaprio's character which is like,
wait, are you talking about Greenland?
He said, "We really had everything, didn't we?" And that's kind of true. Like, modern Western society, even if you're poor, and being poor is brutal for a lot of reasons, but even then, we have access to just so much that even a generation ago would be mind-blowing, And like we have access to so much, which makes it even crazier how we manage to keep people in like crippling poverty. But I won't even start to rant about that because I do that
Are you
too
talking
much.
about the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where like the fucking president?
Yeah,
just,
don't
like,
look up. Don't look up. That's the movie. Yeah,
took the piss out of it. Like, oh,
it was a little silly, but that line was true though. I mean, like Western society has had so much, and I guess like it's some of it's a veneer. I mean, it looks like we have more than we do because you know if you are not above the poverty line, life in Western world, especially the American one, is very difficult. But you still have access to so many like modern conveniences like TV, computers, internet, 101 things that are just, it's mind-blowing what we have. And then globalization allows like you to buy goods that and foods and services and things that, again, they are mind-blowing. If you go back even 2 generations and you told one of your great-grandparents about it, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Child, did you get hurt in the head in the war? You know, like they wouldn't understand. But like, yeah, man, it's kind of weird. What's up, Escape? That movie was a meme. It was a meme, but it was entertaining. It did have some good points here and there in between the mediocre dialogue. Doing all right in the middle of my exams, but I need to take a little break. For sure, Marlon. Are you doing them online, I assume, then? Muscovy is about to form Russia. Yes, they are. Absolutely, in this game they are. Hey, Hamu, since I'm playing in the region you're in, do you want me to close the stream while you play? I don't care, man. Just as long as you don't use my stream to just murder me, I don't care. It's that simple. You did take over the Ayutthaya! You know we're in a trade war right now in the roleplay, right, Finstare? We're in a trade war currently. In the roleplay, you stole one of my ship designs for like my really like ships that can go really long distance. In the roleplay, you stole that from me, so we're rivals. And we're in a trade war right now. Just a heads up. I just bought EU4 a few days ago. Before, do you have any easy starter nations to try for me? Ottomans or France? I recommend the Ottomans. It's really not hard to not die. It's the Ottomans. I'd say start with them. We're actually going to be doing an EU4 like overview night Wednesday in the Discord. Let's see, I think who's running that? This Wednesday, there's an EU4 coaching session. It is for the Grand Roleplay campaign, because the Grand Roleplay campaign is going to EU4 on Saturday, which I actually won't be here for the first session, so you guys will not get to see that stream. But if you want to learn some EU4, there is a training session on Wednesday night. Just heads up, Marlon. You've got time for it.
Did you hear what happened to me at Spain?
I'm not.
I went and took I had an heir, right? He didn't come with an heir for some reason when he turned 16. Well, it was whatever. I went and established all my marriages and everything. I went to go take a shit and came back, and I guess I was under a PU of France.
Well, you can get out of it though, to be fair.
Yeah, he's going. We've been like negotiating like an heir and everything to place on the Spanish throne, but like,
Oh yeah.
it just sucks. I'm like, really? I went to go take a shit real quickly, and RNG fucks me.
Do be like that.
Yep. And the Ottomans are like fucking just going ham on the Middle East right now, like, you know, like they do in real
They're
life.
about to hit the brick wall that is the Timurids, to be fair.
Yeah. Timurids are huge. I'm interested to see how Muscovy and the Commonwealth do their thing. Because looking at their borders, it looks like they've already kind of like hit each other, like as a wall.
Oh yeah.
and it's just,
There'll be a lot of conflict over there for sure.
yeah.
I need to sneeze and I can't. Hate
Oh,
that.
Georgia's being occupied by Muscovy. Isn't that a player?
Yeah, France is overpowered as shit. I hope he's role playing well. Yeah, I heard from a friend too. Thanks for the info. For sure, Marlon. Just want to let you have a heads up. I started with EU4 after I played CK2. CK2 was the first Paradox game I really got into, and then EU4 came out, and it was like revolutionary for strategy games when it dropped, and I played so much of it. But even before like the 50 DLCs they made for it, it was still a complicated game. And now, like, I must say, I don't envy those who have to learn EU4 from ground up right now. It's a brutal game to learn. I'd say it is the most complicated Paradox game. I think Stellaris could rival it, but mechanically, I'd probably not. I love when people say Hoi 4 is the hardest game. That's always so funny.
Yeah, come play EU.
Like, dog, what are you talking about?
Come play Vic. Come play Vic. Oh my god, I love to see Hoi 4 players play Vic 2.
Vic 2 is not as complicated as people think. They
No,
look
but it's a lot
at
harder
the
than Hoi.
graphics, they look at the population, and they get intimidated, and they're like, oh, it's a hard game, but it's not. It doesn't take a lot to learn.
No, but I think it's a lot harder. It's a lot more complicated than Hoi.
You just played Hoi 4. Hoi 4 is a great game, don't get me wrong. And if you get into like really like the deep competitive play in Hoi 4, it does get very complicated. But like so does the EU4 comp. So it's like Yeah, the mechanics of EU4 are the most complicated and hard to learn, I would say. OE4 is not up there. I'd say it would probably be EU4, followed by Stellaris, followed by maybe Vicky 2, followed by Imperator, followed by OE4, followed by
We don't
probably
mention
CK3 and
Imperator.
CK2. So, Imperator 2 has got a lot of mechanics now. I just refuse to play it due to the lack of content they put into it and still charge so much money for it.
Yeah.
You've never played Victoria? I'll wait for Vicky 3. That's fair. Vicky 3 is going to be great, I think.
Oh,
Victoria is the only Paradox game I've not played. It's worth playing. Vicky 2 you can get like for a key for like $2, and it is worth it, but the graphics are very old school. What's up, Limpari? I had problems with economy, stability, coalitions, military strength, and quality. Yeah, because there's so much. EU4 is a juggling game. You have to juggle so many things at once, and it's brutal. It is really brutal. You start with Hoi 3, never again, Jesus Christ. Hoi 3 I picked up like when I was younger, and then I never played it again. I played like one session of it, and I never played it again because it just intimidated me so much. The basics aren't that difficult. For EU4 or for Hoi 4, Marlon? Vicky 2 has built an anti-blobbing, so that's why many people hate it, yes. Like, a lot of Paradox players are map painters, and they find Vicky 2 to be shitty, because you can't map paint in Vicky 2 until the Great Wars, and even then you can't really do it, so a lot of people hate it. You have to actually use, like, this sphere system, which I find to be incredible, because I love the diplomacy, not the map painting, but, like, a lot of players don't like that. Hoi 4 is the most popular Paradox game, I think, because it is the easiest to map paint in, you know, so. Don't get me wrong, I love Hoi 4. The military mechanics in it are so fucking good, but, like, you know, it is a lot simpler than the other games. But then again, like the mods, the focus trees, the military mechanics, they are so unique compared to the other Paradox games, and it is so good. And I will stream more of it soon, I promise, but still. Alright, we're back in. As y'all remember, we are just in the war of supporting the Saint. Now, there is now an Ayutthaya player. Finster has taken over Ayutthaya. So we are going to have a trade rivalry with an actual player, which is going to be good. We are, in that case, going to prepare a war of the Pigu and the Pirates. We'll do that a little bit early, because I know he will rush them immediately, because I know Finn's there. And we have been preparing for this for a while. I thought we had more time to wait before we go to the war of the Pigu, because I thought it was an AI Ayutthaya, but since it's not, we are going to go with the Pigu and finish them off, since, again, they are our biggest rival right now, and the one who we fought the war with and do want to finish off. So we'll go to war with them next. After we support the Saint. I was playing EU4 Achievement Run, and I came to see what streams are up. That's fair. Yeah, you know, you should check out if you like streams, Limpari. Check out Beware the Blobber. Do you know him, Limpari? Beware the Blobber is a really interesting streamer. He does EU4 speed runs. I watched a few of them. They're very entertaining. If you like EU4 and you like achievements, check out Beware the Blobber. He is very entertaining to watch. Nice guy, entertaining dude, and yeah, he does speed runs. Yeah, he's good, Limpari. He's really good. I don't normally watch speedruns. I don't normally watch achievement streams, but he is the one exception I will actually watch. He's an interesting guy. He also has the absolutely best YouTube intro video I've ever seen in my life. So good. Alright, we're not going to go for Diplo this early. We are going to start to use our points to develop, is what we're going to do instead, since we've maxed out trade ideas. We are going to start investing in Dhaka. I think. Actually, hold on. We'll wait until we upgrade the harbor and then we'll do it. Usually only player wars, but at the least have some semblance of justification of AO wars, even if it's thin. How about in these EU4 games? Do you have to RP every single war you do? Yes. Absolutely. Encourage development as well. Yes, that's also a good one. I almost forgot to do that. And then we will get the natural harbors also give a bonus, so we'll build that up into the world port, and when we're in a world port, we will start to dev. In the meanwhile, I will throw a little bit more dev on our capital. Alright. We'll write out a statement about this. We're going to go to War of the Pigu, which we have very good roleplay already built up for that. We already fought one war with them. Yes, it does, Limvari. It's a very good one. Bengal prepares for war. The Sultan is not a military man. Anyone who has spent time around him or his court know this well. However, he does have very influential advisors in the military and navy who are putting enormous pressure upon him to secure the Pigu nation's coastline to the south. The trade war and rivalry with the Ayutthaya is continuing to heat up, and as such, it is important that we secure the border to our advantage with them. There are also rumors that the Pigu pirates have begun to rebuild, with several trading ships having gone missing to the red flag our nation had thought long destroyed. In these increasingly trying times, the Sultan grows weary, as he is a man who knows little of war and always seeks to solve things diplomatically. His advisors in the Navy have made it clear that they will accept nothing less than a building program for warships and a war with the Pigu, since they represent large portions of the Hindu nobility, as well as having strong connections to the Brahmins. The Sultan knows he has no choice.
Great Sultan of Bengal.
Hello.
We were wondering if you could transfer ownership of Kasagar to our troops.
I'd be happy to do so. And with that, I must also bring my army back to the south, as we are preparing for a campaign with the Pigu.
That is fine. We can take control of that city for you.
We are handing over the garrison formally to your soldiers and wish you the best of luck in your campaign to the north. If you do provide aid, we will be able to send troops, but we will need the majority of them in the south, as the Sultan has agreed to the demands of the Rajputs in going to war.
And then once this war is over, the Lama will send a representative to the Ayutthaya.
We thank you for honoring your word.
They are a player now, I believe.
Yes, they are. Finster took over. Trying to find Indian war music and I can't find any. This will work. It's a short one though. We will need to combine the fleet and bring it back into port, as well as upgrade what remains. We do not have enough. Our fleet has gotten quite old in recent years as we focus more on expansion rather than upgrading, which could prove to be very dangerous in the coming days. Our troops are returning back down the religious road we've built to the north. The nice thing about that pilgrimage road is it does mean we can get to our allies to the north very quickly and back quickly, which is very useful. Our consort has died. These are hard times indeed. I thought CK3 start date was 867 while writing my country, so it's going to be the second oldest house. Sounds good. General Chaudhary will lead the troops to the south. We will go straight for their army, which our scouts, or not our scouts, our spies in the Pigu ports have made it clear that their army does sit right to the south. And if we rush, we can meet it as soon as the war begins. We will also bring back the trade ships, as in time of war, we do take over. We commission the trading ships and then give them to private noble houses and organizations within Bengal, but in times of war, we do have the right to demand those ships be refitted for combat and utilize them. So we are going to bring back all of our fleets. Are you going to war with the penguins? Yes. Absolutely. The Pigu penguins. Oh, fuck. I still have it on this, don't I? Nice. Does anyone know where the song's from? I'm curious. So wait a few years of global warming, we'll get the penguins anyway. Unfortunately, you are not wrong. We are now trading in opium. Wonderful. Last time, I think we almost managed in getting the Spanish explorer addicted to opium, so hopefully we can start exporting that to Spain at some point. 352. Not cheap to upgrade here. These I do want to upgrade if we can afford it, though. Yes. Having Karks would be very useful in the coming days. We're almost ready to go. Once the Karaks are rebuilt, we'll be able to send our navy south. They have a fairly good fleet. We have reports that they have rebuilt the royal fleet of Pigu, as well as I believe the pirates have begun to rebuild their own. So we are in for a very tough fight here. I do believe that obviously the Bengali Navy will be able to deal with it, but we shouldn't get overconfident. By the end of the war, I also want us to undergo an upgrading of our entire fleet. I didn't save it, did I? Nope. I'm going to send an ambassador after the war to the Vijayangar too to ask them to stop trading with the Ayutthaya. Again, we are in a trade war with them. We could turn this opium into potentially like a mine of sorts. We might do that later. It's very expensive to with this mod. You can trade goods in some territories into like tin or copper, things like that, but it's very expensive and it's dangerous too because you can just lose the trade good. All right, we're ready. All right, the war's begun. We immediately caught the Navy of Proma, and we're going to see if we can also catch the army of the Pigu. We do have a massive naval advantage, which we're going to try and capitalize on here. Also, we do have an admiral. We'll need one. Ganguly, we'll hire him. Not bad. Good maneuver. They are going to escape us, unfortunately. I expect them to probably outmaneuver us and to go through the northern territories to try and get into our main holdings, but that's fine. We do have the advantage and we can siege them out here. I also need to start some more coffee. I'm gonna automate our diplomats. We'll send one to threatening and then one to allies, and we'll have one left over. Let's see if I can find a. I really want to find like a Hindu or like an Indian war music playlist. I can't find any. I looked for one before too, and I couldn't find anything. You know what? When in doubt. You should play Sweden next time, or just play Sabaton. Sabaton's copyright, so I can't, unfortunately. Well, I could, but... We'll go with the classic one. Good, the saying our allies have defeated the Chagatai in combat. Hard to go wrong with this soundtrack, honestly. Alright, Proma has almost fallen, and from there we'll be able to go straight for their capital. We're gonna get a new idea group after this one too, which I'll do a vote on. Remember, everyone watching and everyone in chat, you guys do get to be the advisors to the Sultan whenever we choose an idea group, so... Does anyone specifically want to recommend an idea group? Because if not, I'll pick a couple and then you guys can vote on it. I like to choose them based off the estates, because all the estates would want, like, different focuses, essentially. Roleplay-wise. Because basically ideas are like the manner in which your government chooses to go forward. And all of the estates would, of course, have a lot to say about that, I would imagine. Naval ideas if you haven't done trade. I have done trade. I have done trade. And the Navy would definitely be pushing for naval ideas, so that is an option. They would definitely be pushing for those, so that's one we could do. Their army's going to get back here. Let's see. The Hmong Yang are beginning to set aflame our core holdings, which is unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, I will, Moose, but I just want to see if anyone wants to propose any for me to include in the poll before I choose and do it myself. Come on, if we finish this, we can meet their army to the west. We can't. We have to finish the siege. Wrong chat indeed, note. We'll have to pull back our army after sieging out Prama to deal with them. We can't let them just siege out our main holdings. It'll cause a rebellion if we're not careful. But first we have to win the siege. We could call a saying. I would prefer not to, as they've just been fighting their own war, but it may be necessary. We'll sack it, and we'll send our troops back to fight their armies. We've taken the capital of Prama, which in the roleplay we're basically saying are the pirates, so this is like the pirate haven, and then there's the Pigu. Our main force will return home. We cannot let them take the capital. In the roleplay, basically what I do is if the Sultan is in the capital and not leading armies, which he is, if the capital falls, I will make a white peace in any war we do in EU4. So we can't let the capital fall in these games. Because, like, realistically, if your leader gets, like, sieged down and taken in, you know, a battle, you're gonna end the war, right? So if our capital ever gets taken, I will end the war, roleplay-wise. So we are bringing back our army as quickly as we can to be able to destroy the Pigu army, which is trying to besiege the fortress. CK3 basically? Yes. Well, because it's realistic, and I will roleplay it that way, including with player wars too. If the capital's taken, and in the roleplay the Sultan or the leader is there, we'll end the war. Because it makes no sense to continue. But yes, exactly like CK3. We have engaged them. They have a very strong general, and we do not have the advantage here. This is actually not looking good. But we do have the numbers. They are beginning to break. Their discipline is so much higher, though. Look at that. That did not go as well as I expected. We did beat them. Let's deal with this Mong Yang army, and then we can head south again. We'll leave a small garrison of soldiers back here to be able to deal with the sieges that we'll need to do to get these lands back. There's a handful of soldiers there. They don't have the men for it. And then we'll take their capital and force their navy out of port and destroy it. That way we will ensure that our rivals, the Ayutthaya, will have no allies next to us. This is why the Brahmins and the Rajputs required us to fight this war, even though we're not a military man and we didn't want to. Was if the Pigu decided to work with our Ayutthaya rivals, it could be very dangerous if their fleets combined, as well as having a land border with us that would not be of our own choosing. Germany of India. There's a Singh player, and we're allies with him. We will go for monotheocracy when we're done with this and pick up that idea group. So we have the Navy idea group. Is there any other idea groups that anyone, remember in chat, you guys are all advisors to the Sultan. Any other ones that you want to see voted on? Because I will put it up to a vote. I'll just choose a couple, if not, that I think would make sense for us roleplay-wise. You mean exploration, Denise? We do have a lot of, like, naval focus, but we're not really explorers, like, culturally. We haven't roleplayed that out yet. Ideas currently, we have... Oh my gosh, where is it? We have trade and we have economic right now, so we're all focused on economics. We're a trading sultanate is what we are, through and through. Raleigh recently came into this court, so I would like to have a quick rundown of the current situation. Currently, we are a trade sultanate, a trade kingdom entirely. Although we have expanded, our military has had much success over the last 100 years. We are, by all intents and purposes, only focused on our trade and economic power, which we have done very well in. So our traders are well known in the ports all across Asia, and our economy is incredibly powerful, as the mint cities do give us huge advantages that many of our neighbors simply don't have. We'll go straight for the capital again, as we did before. There is a very large fleet in port, but ours is more than their match, and we will send the last of our great fleet down south. Australian Trade Company. There is a New Zealand player, by the way, so I expect he'll go to Australia. There is a united New Zealand right now. All right, our fleet stands ready outside the port. Basically, our massive fleet of 33 ships, which in Asia is huge, is blockading this entire little, like, estuary that goes into their capital. So if they try and make a run for it, which we will once we take the port, because otherwise we'll take their ships or set them on fire, they'll make a run for it, and we'll catch them in the delta. Given our country is a trade leader in Asia, I'd recommend to expand the goods we can acquire. How exactly do you suggest doing that, though? Oh. Do we want to take this battle? No, we're not going to. General Chaudhuri has decided to maintain a siege on Pigu. I hear the spices in the islands to the south are highly popular and the higher status citizens in the empire. That is true. We spend a lot of our mint silver on importing those goods. But you do have to remember that our own region of Setgan also produces a fair amount of spices, just not enough to sate the desires of our people, that is for certain. But there's no reason we can't simply set up the trade routes and trade agreements to be able to import that rather than go there ourselves. Yeah, I don't think we'll go colonial. I didn't really plan on it. I wanted to be entirely focused on trade and then whatever else we go into. Did I see your 5 ideas? No, I didn't. Naval, admin, maritime, diplomacy, and quality, my 5 for which would make sense for roleplay. That's fair. I'll throw all those into the poll then. We'll do that after the end of this war when we get the idea slot. What you doing, cat? Brahmins incite a revolt. The state's relations with the Brahmin caste have reached breaking point. Pujaris openly condemned the Saif ud Din Hamza II during ceremonies, and the Brahmin families refused to cooperate in the rule of our Hindu subjects. They were the ones who forced us into this damn war. All right, we need to send an ambassador north. Things are looking really bad here. We'll call upon our friends to the north for aid. Great Lama, this is an ambassador from Bengal to the south.
Yes.
Our nation is on the point of ruin. My Sultan was forced into a war with the Pigu to the south at the behest of the Brahmins and their Rajput allies. But it appears that this was simply a ploy by the Brahmins, as a great revolt has sprung up in our homelands. We would call upon your alliance with Bengal and help us deal with this revolt, as our troops are in the south sieging out our enemies.
Yes, we can come and assist you.
Thank you. I am glad that you will honor our alliance, and I will tell my Sultan as such. He is currently in the capital, and if it falls, our nation, I am sad to say, will be put into great turmoil. I'll return home to my Sultan and tell him, thank you, Great Lama. All right, so our Singh allies are going to send troops to the south. They will come help us with these revolts, which is good. We'll send the remnants of our troops south as well. It's going to get really bad in our homelands. I'm going to follow bad at everything. What the F is that? And can you show me what Iraq is doing? Just want to see. Yeah, sure. They are owned by the Tims. Yes, the Timurids own them. It's a Zoroastrian Timurids. This is a multiplayer roleplay game, so the Timurids did a giant, long-term conversion to Zoroastrianism. So, yeah, that's what Iraq is under. A little bit under the Ottomans, too. We're playing Bengal. It looks like the troops that we are getting to try and to run to the south to meet up with our army are going to get intercepted by the Bengali peasants underneath the Brahmins' control. So this is not looking too good here. What's up, cat? What are you doing? If you try and sit on my keyboard again, I swear to God, you know not to. We have taken the capital. We have a little time before the siege happens. We are going to go ahead and oust the rest of the port, which we have reports that the remnants of their fleet are in Dagon. If we can take the port there, we can force out the last of their fleet and win the naval war, and then move our troops north. The army that Pigu has alongside their Proma allies is very strong, though, so we're in a bit of a rough situation here. I think pulling back to hold Thandwi would be the best way forward. This is not an easy situation, but we'll leave it up to the generals' decisions, as we are far too distant in the capital, and we can't get any messengers through the peasant armies the Brahmins have forced upon us. Alexander, dog, cat, don't fuck with my mouse. No, it's not a mouse, it's my mouse. My cat loves to just bite at my mouse cord because it moves, obviously, when I'm playing games. And she's a little shit who likes to fuck with it, aren't? No, I'm gonna just throw you off the table, dude. Yeah. Good, we forced out their fleet. All right, that's enough. That's enough. All right. There you go. There you go. Has America been discovered yet? Not by us, by the Europeans. The Europeans are in the throes of colonialism right now. They are fully into that. The saying have spent a small army south. Let's hope it's enough to deal with our problems there. I can force a peace with the Proma. Let's see if we can get what we want. We can take Thandwi. Which leaves us just one great enemy. This battle will not be an easy one, but we're gonna take it. Oh, they are retreating. They're headed for their capital. Let's see if we can get a battle with them in Pigu. We'll defeat them in Pigu as we did in the first Bengali-Pigu war. We also can get the Indo-Iraqan piracy. We'll read this after. I won't take this quite yet. Actually, no, we will get claims, so why not? Our relationship with Rocket is complex. Sometimes our nominal subjects, at other times, they thorn in our side. At present, Rocket is the latter. Its rulers allow pirates to plunder the sea and coast as they please, disrupting our trade. We must stamp out the pirates and restore the rule of all over Rocket. So we have entirely, finally, once and for all, gotten rid of the pirates to our south, which gave us 25 naval tradition. Which makes sense. It was not easy to do. We learned a lot in the process. Though it did come with a very heavy price. Our Sing allies are beginning to rout the rebel armies that the Brahmins have brought against us. We'll do our best to end this war as we can and bring our soldiers back to deal with them. And when we have done so, we are going to have to do something about the Brahmins who are becoming very disloyal. We're not going to form a Hindustan. It would require us to take all of India, and the Mewar and Vijayanagara are players, so that is not going to happen. We'll be Bengal for the whole game, pretty much. The estates that we have are the Brahmins, the Rajputs, the Ulama, the Amirs, and the Jains. Oh, you're from Bengal, Curse. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, they are really interesting in this time period. I was reading about like the mint cities and Dhaka being a trade hub and like all that kind of stuff, and it's really interesting. I'm having a lot of fun with them. We've been fighting with the pirates to the south for a while, and we were forced into a war with the Pigu by the Brahmins and the Rajputs, who, as soon as we sent our armies south to fight them, immediately started a giant revolt. The Brahmins started this, so it's a rough situation because we are still playing a Sultanate of Bengal, but a secular one, so we haven't converted any of it. But you ain't got nothing selected for... Yeah, no, I haven't... Because this is a roleplay game, so I only give them privileges when there's a valid roleplay reason, and there hasn't been one so far. I don't just take the bonuses to take the bonuses. I only do it if it's a roleplay reason and we roleplay it out. Do you have Rajput infantry? No. Due to the religious issues we've had and the failure of the old Sultanate to keep the religious peace, we haven't felt that it would be safe to allow the Rajputs to make up a large portion of our military, so we haven't done that. Again, the religious issues that we have in our country are still really bad, so we're dealing with those. You're from one of the Indian states, but yeah, the history of Bengal is really interesting. Yeah, it is, man. That's cool. Hell yeah, man. From one of the Indian territories, not Bengal. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Indian history is fascinating. It is so old and so complex. The Sing are going to take the battle. I think they sent mercenaries, actually. Yeah, they did. They sent mercenaries for us. Not their own troops. Let's finish off their army here in Saline. Their general is a good one, I will give him that, and we don't have a general of our own. We gave orders to our army to march west, but it appears that General Chen Huri died before they got there, so this will be a very brutal battle. Hey, is it the funny button you get corruption for money, lower it from legalism? There's a young officer who was the secondary leader to General Chaudhuri, who is now leading the troops. He's doing a good job, but we'll see if that lasts. The next general we're going to recruit will basically be an officer. I'll write that into like the Diplo post we'll do when we're done with this war. I think we're really about ready to call a peace here. We have most of what we want. We'll take all three of these provinces. We'll take all the coastline. Martaban I don't think we'll take, though. Alright, the war is over. We'll send our troops home to deal with the remnants of the rebels, and then I'm going to write out a Diplo post, because a lot of stuff happened in this war, and we need to write it out in terms of roleplay. Bullock building raised in a Renaissance style in Gata. We will build a production building, a greatest of market halls. I don't follow them because roleplay dictates what we do, and we were fighting a war at the behest of large portions of our estate, so we would take a lot because we need to secure the coastline so the Ayutthaya can't take us, and have a strategical region in the delta to fight our ships. I think some thanks is in order for our friends to the north. A lot of gold in that war. We have a loan though, let's pay that back. Sikandar Sheikh is, I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure, but he's going to be the young officer who is the underneath our old general and took over when he died and carried out the orders that we asked of him. We are running a deficit, I assume, for corruption reasons. Yes. All right. We're going ahead and write out a post right now while finishing that off. We'll write in a post now. You know you're one of the best regions of the game to play tall. Yes, Chris, and we plan to. I'm taking like the Piku trade area and then the Bengal region, and then after that I don't want to expand really at all. I want to take a trade port or two in Indonesia and then one in China maybe, but beyond that, we're only going to have trade ports for expansion. There'll be nothing else. Okay, I'm going to write out a post now about everything that just happened. I'll go deal with those rebels first, though. Okay. A successful campaign and religious betrayal. At the behest of the Brahmins and Rajputs, the Sultan of Bengal had no choice but to send his fleet. Speaking of fleet, I need to put my parks back on trade missions. 1 second. Our whole fleet's just still sitting in the channel. 1 second. That is one of the reasons we are not making a lot of surplus right now. Alright. But to send his fleet and armies south. This campaign was one that had been coming for years, as the pirates had begun to get back a small portion of their fleet. In addition, the promise of the Bengal royal family to stamp out the dangerous Pigu nation still stood. Despite this, there was much hesitation, as the Sultan had no skill in war. Yet the pressure was too much, and he relented. The armies of Bengal had only just gotten to the capital after fighting a few minor battles when news reached the Sultan in the capital of a great revolt across all of his holdings. This was at the behest of the Brahmins, who had used the war as a means to attempt to place a Hindu on the throne of Bengal. This is a great setback for the Muslim ruling elite in Gada, who had hoped they had put much of the earlier religious problems behind them. Rumor has it that the Sultan has locked himself away in his palace and has grown increasingly paranoid about assassins and more revolts. His son is beginning to take a stronger hand in government and is reforming the military. Alongside General, what's his name? The one who we placed in power. Sheikh, who was the officer that took over after the old commander died before battle. Together, they make a very effective team. And if another revolt does happen, Bengal will be ready. The fleet expanded. The army reforms. It is time for Bengal to set its sights on Ayutthaya. Goddamn GIF file. You know what? Fuck it. I'm using CK3 art. Let's fucking do it. Alrighty. Anyway, so the point is, the old Sultan is basically no longer in power. He's become so paranoid and disappointed at the revolt of the Brahmins after he's done so much work to try and stabilize the religious relations within Bengal. As a charismatic negotiator, he thought he had dealt with it, but clearly he hadn't. So there is just religious strife constantly back in Bengal now. So as such, at 58, he is kind of just taking a backseat. And the young to-be Sultan, the Mirza Shahi, along with our new general, is working to basically bring things under control in Gada, as well as the outer regions of the country. So it is a very chaotic time period, but for the most part, it is becoming more stable again. And there are a special thing in the Rajput states that lets you recruit Rajput regiments. There is curse, yes, but I will only take it if we roleplay it out, and since we've had issues with the Rajputs constantly since the start of the game with events, I haven't felt there a reason to do that quite yet. Deliberative Assembly. We can do aristocratic courts, state general estates, or empower royal decree. Since we are decentralized and the Sultan doesn't have total power, I don't think that would make sense. Aristocratic courts doesn't make sense since obviously, although the aristocracies do have some power, the nobles do, the emirs and such, they don't have a lot. So I think we'll do general estates. The ancient privileges of the estates must be respected and their role in legislation be strengthened. Let us regularly call the general estates in a way to guide and counsel our great ruler. That makes sense. It's basically what we have right now. There's a lot of different factions that have power, so we'll go with great estates. We'll save up for this again, which will be very brutal considering institutions, but it is spreading out of the Vijayangar, so it won't be too bad since he is dev spawning. Alright. We are done with a successful war. We have a governmental surplus again, and as soon as we get rid of the corruption that came with those campaigns, we'll be in a very good place, all things considered. Let's go ahead and mothball our military navy. And yeah, we'll wait for that to be done, and we'll be looking pretty good here. We're gonna send an envoy to Ayutthaya. Hello.
Who am I speaking to?
You are speaking with Admiral Sikandar Ganguly of the Bengali Navy.
It is nice to meet you. What is your visit to my palace?
I would like to say the same. Unfortunately, I don't think that is the case. I am here at the behest of the Prince of Bengal, who has taken over in the capital of Gada. We wish to demand a formal apology, as well as compensation for the stealing of our naval designs and the breaking of the treaty that gave our ships safe harbor in the Ayutthaya. The young prince does not seek a trade war with your people, but if you do not give proper recompense and pay honor to what you have done against Bengal, we will have no choice.
Yes, I understand your anger. However, I'd like to point out that apart from financial compensation, the criminals behind the seizing of your ship have been arrested, and the man leading
The criminals?
any title.
We all know that it was your own court that made this happen. Why else would your fleets be full of such designs now and traded all the ports in distant lands you were once unable to do without Bengali designs? If you did not plan it, you certainly benefited from it.
That we did, which is why we are offering to give you... Excuse me a moment, I need to confer with my financial advisor.
Indeed.
Which is why we are planning to give you a 1,000 ducat package in return for these designs being officially granted to us.
My Sultan, or the to-be Sultan, the Prince, demands 1,500 ducats, as well as you giving 3 of your trade ships without cost to Bengal.
Deal. In return, this trade war and embargoes will be ended.
I will be honest, I did not expect you to agree to this. I, frankly, was not told what to do if you did.
My title is the Lawgiver. I have no want for a unjust war with Bengal.
Very well. I will take this news back to the Prince, as, again, I was not told what to do if you accepted, since the Prince assumed you would not. Very well. Thank you for your time, King Ramarsha, and I will return to the Prince and let him know of your decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, they accepted. I didn't I didn't expect that, I'm gonna be honest. Did not expect that. So, they're gonna give us 1,500 ducats and 3 trade ships. In exchange for stealing, basically, our technology for our advanced long-distance ships. Again, really didn't expect that. But, since the prince is greedy, he would prefer the benefits of the money over our war. And since he's in power in the roleplay now, instead of having our righteous Sultan Shahi in power, we'll go ahead with it. 1,500 ducats and 3 trade ships to avoid a giant trade war is something that a greedy Sultan would definitely want, and he will be a greedy Sultan. So, yeah, we'll accept that. Powerful trade ships, of course, since we are Bengal. Vijayangar went to war with Yanpur. Really? Is he really just going to go straight up? They actually sent us 1,500 gold. We can establish mint cities then. Wow. A strong empire needs a strong currency. We must establish a series of towns with the infrastructure and authorization to mint coins to fill our coffers. Very well. Production efficiency for 20 years, admin power, and inflation reduction. Wow. All right. This will also allow us to build up properly the bureaucratic in Dhaka, which we will, of course, do. Of the remnants of this money, we will... Damn. Good for manufacturing. Tibet formed. Oh, he did. We'll have to go to the ambassador to congratulate him. He's playing very like casual, so he's gone like full meta basically. I think they removed some of his ideas because I think he went quality economy and something. No, quality economy and something. But I think they made him change it. Let me look. Trade, quantity, and economic is what he did. So yeah. We'll go over merchant navy. No, we can't see Europe Linzar. We can only see the Ottomans. Right after this, we have to go do some diplomacy. We have to talk to Tibet. We have to talk to the Ottomans, and then we need to talk with probably the Kilwa too. So beyond that, we'll build up a little bit more manufacturing. We'll build up in Setgan, Balsora, and Mindaporta. And then we will also build one more shipyard in Sundarbani as well. Yeah, he's not used to role playing. He hasn't done much role play. I think he's open to it, but we'll see. I hope he doesn't just annex all of the Yanpur. That'd be really annoying. He's taken so much of India. It's ridiculous. I could have rushed Yanpur and Orissa, all this stuff a long time ago, but we're role-playing in this game, obviously, so I wanted to take my time with it and not rush it. Like, this is ridiculous. He said he wouldn't go past this line. I'm gonna DM him about that. I want to know what he's doing. Will there be a break? I want to ask something in DMs. You're welcome to DM me, and I can answer you there. But no, there won't be a break. We go all the way through. We only have 3 hours to go. Bulldog Rush Canada. Yeah, I've received some DMs about that. We'll deal with that later. Can we resist the British when they come? Us, the Milwar, and the Vijayangar combined? Yes, we can. I think so. It'll be hard though. Mainly because Vijayangar is dev spawning, which will make us able to deal with them. If we combine forces, which we're all pretty friendly right now, so we'll see. I will, curse. I didn't want to rush it. Chill. I'm helping the Miwar uniting Rajputana. Ah, okay. So it's for another war. I'm just making sure. I will chill, I guess. Alright, we're about to get muskets too, which will be really good. That bonus is absolutely massive. But I don't want to rush the War of the Emperor. Again, like, this is a roleplay game, and we're only in 1534, so I'd prefer not to fight a ton of wars off the bat. We fought the War of Piku because of the roleplay, and also because, like, it was strategic for the trade war we thought we were going to do with the Ayutthaya, which we ended up not doing, so it's interesting. Again, I just did not expect things to go that way, that player. Next time, Japan, and what if they got united by someone and found land east? Limpari, that's exactly what's happening in this game. Japan's already been united by the player, and I believe he's trying to colonize the west coast of the US. So that's already actually happening in this game. We just haven't met them yet. All right, let's send an envoy to the Sing, then. Great. Lama.
Yes.
This is the Prince of Bengal, Alauddin Firuz Ilyas Shahi. As I'm sure you may have heard rumors of, my father is not in the best of mental shape, and as such I have had the honor and the burden to take over the governance of Bengal. I have traveled across the great road my father and you built to congratulate you on forming Great Tibet, a most holy country of the Buddhist faith.
Thank you. It was a hard trial, and we have united our principalities as one.
That is good to hear. It was not an easy task, I know. Your war of the Chagatai was a great one, I'm sure. And I'm glad that Bengal was able to take part in such a great and noble war for such good reasons.
How did your conflict with Pengu go?
It was successful. We have finally eradicated the pirates, as they have no more bases of operation that we can deal with to the south. The admiral was very effective in dealing with them. And in that war, I'm sorry to say, General Chaudhary died. He was a good man, a good friend of mine, but his young officer has proven to be a very capable partner in reforming Bengal. So something good did come out of that war. We are happy to say that the trade war of the Ayutthaya is beginning to cool down after I sent my admiral to them with demands, which frankly I did not think that they would accept, but after they did choose to accept it and send Bengal a great sum as recompense for their actions, it appears as though things will cool down, and we will have more peace and stability in Bengal in the coming days.
That is good to hear.
Indeed. After your unification, I hope things are all well in the holy state of Tibet.
Yes, we are interested in what is happening with the former Chinese Empire, as they have splintered and are now warring states once again.
We do know that the Manchu have successfully taken, I believe, most of the Bing. Our maps do not go that far, but our traders who go to the ports of Yu have told us of this.
And so that has become extremely interesting.
I did have a request, if you would be interested, as I know that Lhasa is now a very valuable trading center. As you know, the mint cities of Bengal have become a great boon, and our manufacturing capacity of all manners of goods in Bengal is of great wealth. With the pilgrimage road built between our people, it does provide the possibility for an expansion in trade. And I did wish to offer the possibility of exporting our urban products from the mint cities of Bengal to Lhasa, as I know that you lack much of the production capacity we have to the south.
Yes, that is true.
Wonderful. In that case, would you be willing to sign a treaty stipulating a safe passage of goods and encouraging your own traders to import from Bengal?
Yes, we have been protecting that road quite heavily. I don't know if you've noticed, but the mountain tribes are very rebellious.
Indeed. We have brought much stability to that region, and I know that our own reports and our own border and road guards have reported that the outposts have been very stable. There have been a few reports of bandits on the road, but they have been very sporadic, and frankly, I don't think much of them at this point. Did you get the offer, by the way?
No, I did not.
No, it's not working. Nope. I do have a trade action to offer it, but for some reason it won't let me. Oh, the game's frozen. That's why.
Oh, it is. It is frozen.
Are we doing another rehost? Oh my god.
I don't know. That means that would mean that the host himself froze, right?
Yep, Bulldog might have froze. That doesn't happen much. He's usually pretty stable. Huh. Oh boy.
I look crazy huge, but in all reality, I have like 10 provinces.
Your provinces are really large compared to other regions. That's the main thing.
And most of them are freaking wasteland.
You can dev it up. You can make a very tall Tibet if you want, but yeah, it's
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited. I have
the Mountain Kingdom. The trade mod is expanded trade goods, Wilhelm. It's a part of the expanded mod series, which is really good. I recommend definitely checking it out. It's a lot of fun. We use it in these games. We didn't use it in the first one because we thought it caused lag, which, as it turns out, it wasn't that. It was something else. So it's proven to be a fantastic mod. I love it for roleplay. It's so good. It gives you a lot of really cool buildings, really good roleplay options through those buildings, and then it provides a bunch of expanded trade diplomatic options. It's really cool. Tibet is already high enough. No reason to dev taller. Just go wide. Yeah, but in a roleplay game, going wide is kind of eh. There's a mod list in the FAQ for our EU4 games, Wilhelm. If you want to check that out, just heads up. All right. Did you get the request this time?
Yes,
Wonderful.
I did.
Good. Because that's something I'm quite sad about. Is why is there no one to have trade cooperation? Yes, but this mod allows for it, so it's really nice. Also, I do have reports that we have successfully begun to implement gunpowder into our military in the south. We would like to offer a few of our military men to hopefully allow you to include this into your own armies a lot quicker if you would like to send them north with a trade caravan to help you.
Yes, we appreciate the great hospitality and alliance that we have with Bengal.
Of course, I value it greatly. As you know, my country is not a Muslim one, and I, like my father before him, am a very devout Muslim. So I am worried for the future. You know that much like my ancestors, I am a secular man and will protect your faith as well as all others in Bengal. But the Brahmins, they wish to see a Hindu nation, and it does worry me, as I suspect I will not live my whole reign and my whole life without seeing another great rebellion from them. I hope if that day comes, you will support us as you did before, of which you have our great thanks in that war.
You will always have the peaceful friendship of Tibet. I would advise, though, that you look to Assam. They have a great hatred for you.
The Yanpur?
Assam.
Ah, the Assam, yes. We do not hold much love in our hearts for them either. They are dangerous. And in the future, I'm sure that we will have to go to war with them. Though, I will say, my upbringing and my partnership with our young general has led me to understand military matters much better than I think my ancestors. It is always good to know when to go to war and when not, and I fear until we have dealt with the Brahmin threat, the possibility of war with Assam, Yanpur, or anyone else is, frankly, just simply not an option. But you are right. They are a threat, and we will have to deal with them.
And then I do believe your Yanpur are at war with the mighty kingdoms to the south.
The Vijayangar and the Mewar. I have heard that it is a war with the Multan and not with Yanpur. Out of roleplay, Vijayangar promised not to go any north with annexation, and we'll see if he does. Yeah, okay, now we're fine. They ended the war. Good. Very well. Well, I came what I came to say. I am glad that you still hold love in your heart for the people of Bengal, and know that it is the same from myself. When I take over from my father, which will be soon, I look forward to continued cooperation with your people, as I respect you greatly. I will honor the holy sites of your faith in Lhasa before I return home. I hope you would accompany me if you have the time.
Yes, we will be coming down shortly. I feel.
Wonderful. In that case, I will take my leave. Good. The Tibetans are still with us. Sure, the Bengal node. We'll do, Lampari. We need more trade power in Malacca. That's a big issue. We'll dev a bit more though. How many players are there? Oh, like 38 or 39, I think. That's a big game. That's a very, very big game. I'm not going to count them. In the beginning, I think there were 39, so I don't know. I don't think we dropped anyone. It's a lot. Yeah, Vijay Angar. Yeah, he's going full trade. I still haven't seen any roleplay from him, though. Let me go look at the statements. Nah, he's not roleplaying. That's unfortunate. We'll bring the army back to the capital to hold the line. We will upgrade the Dhaka port to an entreport. Oh, the game froze again. Jesus, something's going wrong. We do have a lot of players, to be fair, but fuck. Yeah, it's a very big game. You know, I expected a drop-off. I said that at the start today. I expected, like, a lot of games we run, especially EU4 ones, we start with a good amount of players and we get drop-off. Like, in, like, the first series, we just drop players every time. In this game of EU4, we have literally gotten more players every session, so... it's pretty wild, man. Hello there.
Hello. Quick question: are we still frozen?
Yes.
Okay.
Something's happening.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's really struggling right now. Yeah, I know. That's the next step, Lampard. We're going to use our excess money to upgrade all of our ports to entreports. We'll do that next. Yeah, the host is really struggling right now. It's a big game. His internet's solid, but he is in America, and there's a lot of Euro players. So we shall see. I need to go make some more coffee. It's paused. It's going to be paused for a minute. I'm going to go grab some coffee. We'll make some more. I'll be right back. Surprised you guys are able to run the game with that many people without as many problems. We've got a really good host. What's up, Malay? Ismail, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. It's pretty stable, to be honest. The odd hang up with the connection issue, I believe. It's not too bad. What's up, Kitsune? It's really not too bad. All right, how are we looking on embracing colonialism? It still is getting into our area. We're getting it way earlier, than we should because of Vigiangarth, but that's fine. Well, I'm just gonna say, like in the roleplay, that Vigiangarth is like really advanced technologically, and they have like a really good like trade connection with the east or the west, I suppose. So you know they're able to get tech really quickly. Is it just me, or is the kill while taking coast provinces so no one can colonize? No, he wanted to expand a lot in that area, Moose. That Ayutthaya Bengal deal felt like giving up the Sudetenland law. Yeah, but Finster, you walked into a country who I'd been role-playing out like a huge trade war with. I honestly didn't think you'd agree to it. I'd been fully gearing up for a trade war with the AI, so that was a big change in pace and where we were going with the roleplay. I heard your family was visiting. Hope you have a good time. Yeah, thanks, Samurai. Yeah. And my dad's showing up tomorrow. He's up visiting with my grandpa up north in Ohio right now, and he's coming down here tomorrow. Man, it's been a while. I haven't seen my dad in, oh man, almost 4 years now. It's been a long time because of COVID, and he lives in Britain, so yeah, it's been a long time. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, been a long time. I loaded in and saw my ruler having lawgiver, and you had to change direction. That's fair. You're role playing your traits, man, so props to you. What's up, Rye? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Rye, I haven't seen you in a while, man. Hope you're doing well. We will keep deving, though, with what we've got. That's the wrong province. Nice. We're going to really dev up the production in Gada, which is paper. And I'm going to dev up Satcon a little bit, too. We'll wait until we upgrade this, because it'll decrease the dev cost. I don't want to really meta this, but we also don't want to just waste mana, right? So now you're playing EU4, right? Yes. Yes. Did I get that video game name right? Yeah, Europa Universalis 4. It's a really good game. It's a really great for roleplay. I didn't realize how good it was for roleplay until like a month or two ago, so I really have been enjoying these Sunday games. New Madrasa, nice. We will upgrade to an entreport in Satcon. We will do encourage development. And then we will develop Satcon a little bit too. There we go. We do have a lot more Diplo power. We'll dev up some more silk as well. And some more cloth. And then opium. Looks good.
And out of character.
Yes.
Question.
Bane,
For
can they do a console command if we have the rehost or the with the hot join and shit
A console command for what exactly?
for France to release Spain?
Oh yeah, I got PU'd and Fred's trying to release me, but he can't because fucking prestige. He has to have a prestige.
Yeah, so you need to go talk to Bulldog about that. He's the host and the game controller. Have you talked to him?
No. Well, we've been talking, but my question was something different.
To answer that question, though, you'll need to go talk to Bulldog. But what's your other question?
About Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
Do we seriously need an act like to make an agreement between both players?
So you need to talk it out with him. He's gotten huge. It's a very valid reason that you'd want to do a crusade with him. Have you tried to talk with him about it?
Well, I heard the Pope and them try talking, but he always disagreed.
So, like I said, with this one too, out of roleplay, go grab Bulldog, bring him into a meeting with the Ottoman player, and then have an out of roleplay conversation about how you think it's reasonable that should happen, and then let Bulldog mediate that. Sound good?
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Yep, go do that. Legalism, trading in opium. I need to buy new headphones because mine are like broken. Yeah, man. Get a good pair. Good headphones are worth it. I mean, music's better. Talking on Discord's better. Role-playing's better. You know? Headphones are worth spending money on. They really are. A lot of people skimp on that when they get like a PC build, which is really funny because they're so important. We will summon a Diet again. It's been quite some time. We need to get in better with the Brahmins, but we can't, so... We'll improve things with the Ulama. Fatabad needs the base tax of 5. Which I believe shows it on the map. Yes, it does. There we go. We have the loyalty of the Ulama again. It's gonna be expensive, but like the ones I have now are fucked. Yeah, good headphones aren't cheap. You'll pay 50 to 150 bucks for it, and you could spend well upwards of that. But I think you can get a good headset for around 100, 120, which is a lot. It is, but it is worth it. All right, we've done a massive public investiture campaign. The young prince, Firuz Ilyas Shahi, who is a man very well versed in administrative matters, has spent all of the money, resources, and power of the great Sultanate of Bengal in building up the great mint cities and their manufacturing capacity. As although we are a great trade empire, we also need to be a great manufacturing empire. In order to do that, the mint cities must be properly invested in, which we've begun to do. And as such, we are running a massive surplus right now. Look at that. We'll start to train our army as well. We will begin to drill them. I haven't been drilling them because I thought that since we had a sultan with a 1 mil, he wouldn't do that. But since we have a prince in power with a mil skill of 4, I think we will start to drill our army, which will make it actually professional and competent. So we'll begin doing that. All of the excess capital we are going to have, we are going to use to upgrade our natural harbors, which will prove to be very useful. Like, you don't need to buy a $999 gaming chair, you just don't use an old plastic chair. I saw too many people who use that. Yeah. Back support's important. If you're like me and you spend an ungodly amount of time at your computer, getting a good chair is worth it. This one isn't great. I need a new one, but I can't afford it, and I got some bills I got to pay back before I can buy some other stuff when I go back to work properly. I've been working the last couple of months because I've told that story a few times. Turns out I didn't have an Ohio driver's license, and my work was dependent on my car, so I'm waiting to get that, which I'll get in like a week, and then I'll be working again a lot, so streams will probably be going. Just a heads up, guys, when I come back from like seeing family, I will be streaming 3 days a week from now on, just to warn y'all. I have been streaming a lot more the last couple of months because I've had time. I've been streaming like 4 or 5 days a week, but it will be going down to 3 streams a week. It'll probably be Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays, just heads up, so just to warn y'all. And what do you think about hosting RP with Antebellum mod in a few months? It is getting a new update soon, which will bring even more interesting roleplay nations. It was nice alt history nations, which can get pretty nice RP if done well. Yeah, there's a lot of really great EU4 mods for roleplay, but to be honest, man, we're still kind of like figuring out like base game roleplay. This is only our session, like second game of EU4 roleplay we've ever done on the server that I've ever hosted. And like, we're still figuring out like the rules and like really the culture and how to like encourage roleplay and how to do roleplay in the community. So although I absolutely want to run modded EU4 roleplay games, I also want us to get really good and like effective at running vanilla first. I know people have talked about wanting to do Miu and taxes. I know people have talked about a few other mods. I know that there's a lot of people who want us to do another Anbinar roleplay series, which I'm down for too, but we gotta get a better understanding of how roleplay works in EU4 and establish a better culture. So will it happen? Yes. Will it happen soon? Probably not. But I would be up for it. That is an interesting mod. And I definitely want to do another Anbinar roleplay soon. You have a Secret Labs chair. The investment was so worth it. Yes. The back support is absolutely fantastic. I think Sunday games are going to be just pretty much always this modded, kind of probably expanded EU4 games. But we will start to run other ones. We are just very limited right now. We don't have a lot of hosts. We don't have a lot of staff in the server, so we are kind of limited in how many games and how often the games we can run happen. We have gotten a new host recently, a new member of staff who will be able to host games, so we've started to do more non-tiered games, which are going to be good. But we do have someone, I think, who put in a staff application last night who is interested in running Anbinar EU4 games, which would be really cool. So we'll see if that happens. It'd be really nice. But yeah, just kind of limited in what we can do right now, unfortunately. We'll upgrade Katak. Get an entry report there as well. I can't afford a chair and I broke mine, so I stole a chair from the living room. It's really comfortable. No, that works, Denise. You don't need anything too fancy, honestly. Go up Caravan Power. So I buy a new PC and internet, I'll host and play all games. Hell yeah, Denise. Also, what do you think about adding a suggestion channel on Discord where people can propose different good RP games and mods so it would be easier to track it down and maybe decide on what to do? Not opposed to it. Let me write it down. I got a bunch of stuff I gotta do tonight. I got a bunch of housekeeping shit I gotta do. So I will add that to the list. Will do, Kitsune. Will do. Okay. I've got another project that I'm gonna be starting on the Discord, which I'm gonna put out like an announcement for probably tonight, and then like applications for that, which I think is gonna be really interesting. I want to talk with Momoki about that first, though. If only Power and Revolution had multiplayer, the RP potential would be insane. I actually don't know that mod, Kitsune. I've never heard of that one. Power and Revolution. Let me look that up. Power and Revolution. Oh, it's a game. It's not a mod. It's a game. I see that. Wow. I've never heard of this. This looks so freaking old school. The one game that's coming out soon that I think might be good for roleplay is going to be Superpower, the new Superpower game. That looks pretty solid. It has potential, I'd say. So that should be pretty interesting. Yeah. It has insane economy level. What's up, Igma? Pigu Rebels. I knew this day would come. We'll send General Sheikh to the south. He'll deal with them. We need more development there. That's fair. All of our coastal entreports have been upgraded. We'll just have to do the one up to the north in Terhut. And then at that point, we are going to be able to spend our silver on other things. Play forward players trying to figure out how the hell to sell 5.5 million tons of sugar as... What do you mean trade's not automated? I can't click a button? I really hold out hope that there will be like a trade and economy like transformation DLC for Hoi 4 before they move on, but I don't think there will be. I really wish that they would change the trade and the economy systems in Hoi 4. It's my biggest problem with that game right now, still to this day. Oh, I have coffee downstairs. I have to go grab that in a second. That sounds wonderful. Power Revolution has too much of a micromanagement. You basically are a president. You need to manage the election, economy of each branch of government, trading and selling different goods to space program, manage laws and budget of all ministries, and a lot of international diplomacy. I personally suck at it because using the made-in console by devs and still suck with it. But it's an amazing game, even though there is too much micro for my taste. It looks very old too. It looks very similar to Superpower though. I wonder if like any of the devs for that game went to Superpower or something, because it does look very similar. I struggle with any older games with like bad graphics. I really do struggle to be interested in them, I'll be honest. And I know that's shallow. It's like not going out on a date with like a non-attractive person when they're an interesting human being. It's shallow, but like, it is what it is. I'm just imagining RP game in Power and Revolution, watching half the world leaders suddenly get brain damage and countries collapse within a year. Yeah, that's about right. Alright, we'll deal with the rebels, and then we are going to continue our economic expansion. I'll be right back. Oh, deed is done. Managing budget, trade, and production, and not to get over 10 inflation with high unemployment. It's insane what you have to do. I think Pattern Revolution is not that old of a game. The graphics look really old, Kitsune. Really? The graphics look like they're from like 2008 or something. Might best be that they use like a really old engine or something. It does look interesting though. I will give it that. All right, let's build up. No, that's not what we want. No. No. What's our trade limit looking like? We are a little bit over, but not too much. So we'll wait. I want to build a flagship too before too long. I think it is time that we commission one. We'll write out a Diplo post about that too. At least a 2022 edition. Huh. I think the reason why is because Power and Revolution was made as a geopolitical simulator for the US government. I need to find the citation for that though. Interesting. They have a lot. It's very complex then. Let me look at it, see if they have the 2022 version. Yeah, no, there was a 2022 release, but it's a re-release and the graphics are still so freaking old. It does look solid though. The micro in it does look insane. You have a UN system. It looks very, very in-depth, which I like, but I'm going to be honest. These graphics are a little painful to look at, if I'm being honest. We'll build a canal system in the capital. We are just going to basically be upgrading for the rest of the reign of Prince Mirza, Prince Shahi. The Sultan is not gone yet. I think it would make sense to make him abdicate, honestly. Roleplay-wise, it would make sense. Alright, we'll write out a post for it. We are going to make the Sultan abdicate. Where are the EU4 public statements? I keep missing them. They're there. The end of an era. The Sultan continues to have a decline in mental health as the stress of the recent crisis appears to have broken the old man. The alliances and partners he made were the saving grace. Yet it was not enough to keep the old man's faith in the future. The young prince has effectively been in charge for the last 5 years, alongside the general he works with. It is with a heavy heart that he must force out the old Sultan to usher in a new era. Prince Shahi has promised to address the religious divide in Bengal, as well as centralize the government in, what's the capital's name again? I always forget. Gada. Properly, as his grandfather sought to do. He has a very tumultuous path ahead, but perhaps the strength of will to meet it. All right, we're gonna abdicate the Sultan. We had a stability drop, but we can deal with it. Okay, we have our new Sultan now. Sultan Alauddin Firuz, the 4th Ilyas Shahi. He is, of course, greedy, and he is 44, so he's quite old now. But he's been in charge for a while, too, so it's fine. He has basic administrative education, which will give him a trade, core, and reform bonus for his whole reign, which is the, obviously, education system, one of the mods includes. How are we looking in terms of military force limit? Or exactly where we need to be? We need to up this. We will work on building regimental camps at some point, but they're not super high up on our list of to-dos. We'll build another mosque. And we will build a trade hub in Kodak as well. It is time that we reach out to the Caliph and the Ottoman Empire. We've maxed out our trade deals. Yes. How do we get more trade deals with this system? I'm not sure how to do that. Simple skill 0, so you have to RP as though you wander in drunk and naked and then fall asleep on the table. Yeah, no, we're not going to be very competent militarily, that's for sure. Or, sorry, diplomatically. Which makes me think that we probably wouldn't even send a diplomatic mission to the Ottomans. Yeah, no, realistically, we're going to do no diplomacy. I'm not going to go talk to the Caliph or the Kilwa, which I wanted to do, but since we have a diplomacy of 0, we're just going to not talk to anyone because we don't care about diplomacy. We're not good at it. We know it. Which will create problems at court too, because we're not going to really do. I'm going to roleplay doing a really bad job of our estates, because obviously we don't know how to talk to other human beings. We're basically a redditor, so we're going to struggle a bit with that. I say with my 3,000 Reddit karma. House of Ilyas Shahi. With the union of Firuz IV and Kamla, we have gained not only a spouse, but also a new ally in the realm. Ilyas Shahi is an old and influential family, and their seat in Satgon is a jewel of the Sultanate. Of course, friendship has got to go both ways, and Kamla will be expecting to speak for her kin, while our Sultan will be expected to consider such advice very carefully. Good and bad. We have a new heir, Sikandar. He is a 411. Man, we are not getting lucky, are we? You have 18,000. God damn, that's a flex. What would Putin's stats be IRL? Man, I'd say a 4-2-2. No, a 3-2-2. No. A 3-3-2. I'd say he's a 3-3-2. So yeah, Hamu, if you want to experience a real-time torture as a rule of a country, you should try Power and Revolution 4. It looks brutal, I'll be honest. I will try Superpower, and I think Superpower will already give me a stroke, so... yeah, I'll leave it to that, honestly. Let's go back and see if we can find some better Hindu music. Let's see. Actually, no, you know what? I know what would be good. We are a Muslim ruler, and we are a Persian nobility in the roleplay, so we are going to play some Persian music. Throw the air under the bus? Nope. I will not roleplay getting rid of leaders unless there's a very valid roleplay reason. Our Sultana is an entrepreneur, though. That's good to see. She is very adept at trade, which is good, because we are not. We're very good at administration, building buildings, of course, expanding manufacturing and production, because that's under admin, but we're really incompetent in diplomacy and trade. But our Sultana is actually quite good at it, so we'll leave that up to her and our advisors. One of these days, we'll also be able to go for another admin tech, but we can embrace colonialism, we just need a lot of money, so we'll save up for that as well. Just say the baby was deformed and died. Yeah, if this was casual, I wouldn't give a shit, but we are in a roleplay game, so we gotta roleplay in a roleplay game, you know? Just saying. What are my aunt's doing? She's been selling her art all week, and my aunt's at, like, her first big ant show selling her really cool art. I hope she's doing well right now. I always tried playing a non-ruling political party, got elected next election. I will never do this again. I don't understand why you're giving it air stats when they're born. I agree. I think it should be something that, like, progresses over time, like how they do in CK3, but we're never going to see that system, sadly, so it is what it is. When my son was born, I didn't look at him, and I think he'll be an amazing military genius. Yeah, no, you don't get the baby and just go immediately, yeah, you're gonna be a lawyer. You know, it's not how that thing works. So I wish they had, like, a more organic, like, system with events and stuff for, like, the education and, like, obviously, you know, raising your kid in EU4, like in CK3, but it won't happen. Maybe they'll add it for for EU5. That'd be cool. I'd be hopeful for EU5. Which I'm sure is on their long-term plans. So EU4 is pretty old now. It's almost 10 years old, which is crazy. When you get a 666 son born, he spoke at the age of 1 month, learning military strategy at 4 and became a general at 10 and conquered the world at 16. Yes, exactly. That is true. You will know if it's a 666 due to that. What kind of players do we have near us? We have Vijayangar, which is a Hindu Maharaja. He has done really no roleplay, though, so we don't have much to do with him. There is the Mewar player, who is also Hindu. We have a Tibet, which is, of course, Buddhist. We have an Ayutthaya player. We have a Manchu, which has successfully conquered all of China and is now the Qing. Wow, okay. So, yeah, the Manchu did take over. There is a Zoroastrian Timurids. There is a Muslim Kilwa, which has claimed the title of Caliph without having anything to back it up. And, of course, there is also a Ottomans.
Hello? Is this the Sultan of Bengal?
This is. Who am I speaking with?
You are speaking with an envoy of the Maharaja of Sunda. I have come here to discuss the aggressive actions of the Buddhist kingdom of Ayutthaya. As you know, they have recently expanded down south by making the kingdom of Singapore, our once great trade rival, into their tributary state.
We too have become very worried with the Ayutthaya. Have you heard in your own ports the rumors about how they stole the design of the great Bengali ships and now use them for themselves?
I have not, but this is rather worrying.
We began a bit of a trade war with them, and I sent an envoy, my admiral, to their capital to demand recompense, frankly expecting them to deny it and to go into an outright war, but they did give what we asked. So as such, I am unable to do anything against them as of right now. But in the future, Bengal does see them as the greatest threat to their own trade power. And we share your concerns, Envoy.
And just one more thing. As down south in Nusantara, many of the Muslim nations have formed a great coalition against Ayutthaya in response to their aggressive actions. I hope you would like to know this information.
I can see that there is in fact a great coalition against them. As again, we have made a deal with their government, which would not allow us to enter this. Know that we will provide any aid that you would need in the future. We would also seek to have the Ayutthaya fall from grace.
Thank you.
While you're here, Envoy, I would have a request.
What is this request of yours?
I wish for you to bring back to your Maharaja the obviously salutations of myself, the Sultan, and also a request to see if we could formally make for a trade treaty and have the Sunda Maharaja guarantee the safety of all trading vessels from Bengal. As I'm sure you know, our ships already do reach your ports, but it is always nice to have their safety guaranteed by the rulers of that region.
I will go inform my Maharaja at once.
Very well. Thank you, Envoy. Would you like a Bengali ship to take you back, or do you have your own vessel?
There is no need for your ship.
Very well.
I came. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a Sunda player. I completely forgot about that. So yeah, Sunda is a player down here. He's been doing a lot of roleplay too. I haven't read a lot of it, I'll be honest. But yeah, the Ayutthaya have gone really far south, and now the Sunda are being concerned, so we may still have a war of the Ayutthaya. Paradox used Spartan children's sorting strategy and brought it to the extreme. The Spartans were cunts, I'm afraid. It's hard to be on their side in 300 because what they did to kids. Yeah, Spartans were horrible. They just get like rebranded into like this noble warrior culture. You know what they don't talk about fighting in the Battle of Thermopylae? All the fucking Spartan slaves that Helots who basically were fucking just fodder in the battle. They don't talk about them. I was with the Persians in 300, like the Persian army was 300,000, it's leading your men to death. I was on the side of the Athenians and the Greek city-states, but fuck the Spartans. They've gotten rebranded by like modern military, like fucking masturbation, but like, no, fuck the Spartans, man. The Athenians were also really bad, to be fair, but I do like their history and their government and their naval strategies. So that's the only redeeming factor I see in them. They also... Athenians didn't explicitly have helots like the Spartans, but they had a similar system, which was really bad. They had slaves too, so yeah. No, most of them were really bad, Lensar, but you know, there's like levels of fucked up, you know. They actually weren't as powerful as people think they were, Limpari. They did manage to basically force the government onto the Athenians, who were very strong for like a generation or two, but modern history gives them a lot more credit and power than they actually had, to be honest. Most had its incline to different degrees. But the thing with like slavery in that time is it was very different culturally, and there were like levels to how bad it was. That's the one in my VC they did. So like some regions were much worse than others. And you know, I suppose it's like comparing like levels of like fucked up, which isn't particularly useful, but I don't personally buy into the glorification of the Spartans considering how they structured their society. I also don't respect the Athenians much, but I do find their own history to be a lot more interesting, especially culturally. Vikings invented working camps changed my mind. Work camps had been around for quite a while, my man. I hate to break it to you, Kitsune. Work camps had been a thing for a very long time. I mean, free labor is the cornerstone of human development, if we're being honest. No one will ever convince me otherwise. Are we really free that now even? No, we're not. Modern times, there's no slavery, but the economic systems we put in place basically keep people as a form of like subservient labor to, you know, the wealthy class. Anyone who tells you otherwise is stuck in Plato's fucking caveman. That's all I'm saying. But we just do it differently now. Modern world and technologies have given us so many entertainment methods and distractions that we think that we have a lot more freedom than we really do. Vikings are interesting. They raided and made trade across Europe. Yeah, they are. I mean, Vikings are like fascinating. Their own culture is very fascinating, but yeah. I mean, there's just hidden and less widespread, and in most cases just rebranded. Yes, true. No modern slavery. Look at the weakest in China. Yeah, totally just political prisoners. They're a slave force that is being eradicated by China. I posted something criticizing rich people buying houses and investments. Other poor people moaned at me. Yeah, because like everyone thinks that one day. What's that quote that I really like? It's everyone in America and the West thinks they're an impoverished millionaire. Everyone protects the rich because they think one day they might be rich, even though they're much closer to being homeless than being rich. So it's just absolutely batshit crazy. Like using housing as like basically speculative investing is so fucking wrong, but it's normalized in our society. Oh man, you're gonna get me ranting about that. I don't want to, but yeah, I agree. It's so fucking crazy how people like protect people doing that shit. It's so bad. It's just so crazy. Most people are fucking poor. Most people are born poor and will die poor, and then they still protect rich people, and it just blows my fucking mind, man. And I'm not like the kill all rich people mindset, but I also think that we need some pretty dramatic economic and societal reforms, you know, just saying. Might be a good idea. I vote that Bengal will subjugate Assam. We'll do that. It's not one of our immediate goals, but we will do it at some point. Well, we're going to prioritize the war of Yanpur first, though. go of a production advisor since we are becoming very industrialized very early. I'm gonna write out a post in a little bit about how our mint cities are essentially like a form of like early industrialization in India and are proving to be very effective. So we're basically, the last couple generations, we focus heavily on production and production exports. And the mint cities, which were very unique to Bengal during this time period, are basically going to be used as a method of like pre-industrialization in India. It just won't become very widespread as the mint cities basically monopolize production capacity and basically factories during this time period for us. So our mint cities have basically industrialized, but the mint cities are so elitist and there's so few of them in Bengal that it's basically a class-based form of manufacturing that's been developed in Bengal, and it's going to remain very small compared to what will happen in the West. Is what we're going to roleplay out. Did you do our ideas? No, not yet. Due to the fact that we have failed to get colonialism, the cost of it's really high right now, so we'll have to wait. We've lost a lot of our admin power, so it'll be a little while before we do the vote on that. Also, holy shit, we are 3 hours in already. Goddamn, that is surprising. Time has really flown by today. By the way, did you put the trade power edict on capital because it's basically free to use there? I didn't, Limpari. I did not know anything about that. Let me look. Protect trade. Oh, it is basically free. You're right. Wow. I did not know that. Thank you, Limpari. Also, guys, I want to remind you, when I play EU4, normally I'm not really into backseating, but when EU4 is happening, if you guys want to backseat, make suggestions, feel free. Like I said before, I'm still kind of relearning EU4. I played a lot of it in the early days, and it's been quite a while since I've done so. So if you guys have suggestions that aren't just like pure meta, you know, if you have some suggestions, feel free to let me know. I don't like, you know, really like a ton of those, but with EU4, I am still relearning it, so don't be afraid to do so. Isn't Twitch banned in Russia? Yes, but you can use VPNs, I believe. Alright, we will upgrade our last trade hub in Tirhut, and I'm saying that wrong. I can feel myself saying it wrong. It's not stated, so we can't. And I don't want to spend the admin power, so we'll wait on that. I do want to turn Dhaka into a World Trade Center, but we'll wait on that. We are almost up to Tier 1 with the Barakatra. We are rebuilding our great trading city in the midst of our trade capital, which will give us at Tier 1 a trade steering bonus and a ship trade power bonus. In that case, the excess wealth we have is going to probably go into building up our trade fleet, which we do currently have pretty stable. Is that worthwhile? Yeah. We'll build another 8 trade ships. Putin's watching, probably. We only need to get some loyalty to a state. Shit's bad. Basically, though, like in the roleplay, though, Limpari, our basically estates are so disloyal, and there's so much like decentralization that I felt like it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to be giving out bonuses. But to be fair, the Rajputs are a problem since they make up a large portion of our military, so we might have to give something to them here. We could do an officer corps. What's up, Joey? Is that Joey? Is that Comrade Joey? Holy shit, man, I haven't seen you in it forever, dog. Hope you're well. Thank you, I'm glad you like the Venetian flag. It's my favorite, too. I think we will institute a Rajput officer corps because we've had a bit of a crisis with them after our recent conflicts, and we do need to find a way to make them a little bit loyal. So we will institute an officer corps. I'll do that. I thought it gave... It doesn't give equilibrium. God damn it. Well, we did a concession to them, so that'll work. We'll put emirs in the officer corps. Like I said earlier, like this Sultan is doing huge military reform, so integrating our estates into our military system would be a good way of helping to do that. We also could prioritize our trade fleets. We will go ahead and do that then. We're doing a lot of reforms. Like again, we are role-playing a reformer. Sultan Ilyas Shahi is a reformer sultan. He's dramatically changing things. He's centralizing power in Ghana, but in order to do that, we'll have to give concessions to a lot of these political groups and estates, so we're doing that. So the game froze again, unfortunately. Hope you're doing well, mate. I've been off, on and off Twitch, passively taking content while at work. For sure, man. Hope life is well, dude. Hope you're all good. Things are good here. Autonomy is good loyalty. What country RP-wise in Villa EU4 could you choose for uniting India? Like, if I could choose any to roleplay uniting India, what would I do? Probably Bengal, honestly. If I didn't do Bengal, I'd do Vijayangar, because they're really interesting. Give them some autonomy that will make them happy. We'd lose crown land, though. And I'd like to keep what we have right now. The Sultan is an administrative, like, very competent administratively, and he's trying to centralize, so we wouldn't be giving away large portions of land right now, roleplay-wise. That does make a lot of sense. Moose, you upgrade trade centers by clicking on the trade map on the bottom right, finding where they're at, clicking on them, opening up the little side building screen, and there's a little picture right here. If you click on it, you can upgrade it. It costs money, and you need a certain amount of development to do so. Increase autonomy? You mean you need to increase autonomy in a place that they are at, or how do you do that, Limpar? Because I know that they don't do, like, ownership of provinces with, like, the estates like they used to. I'm not too sure how to use that. Early estates is very different than how it is now. Oh, the privilege. Oh, I see. Increase Rajput autonomy. Yeah, we could do that. We need their loyalty, so we'll do it. I found it now. Thank you, Bari. That does make sense. Again, we're trying to bring these states under control, centralized power goddess, so we could do that. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch, I think. We've got to pause for some reason. I'm not too sure why. Can you upgrade natural harbors or no, or is it just centers of trade? Centers of trade. Natural harbors aren't upgradable, it's just a terrain bonus for trade power. How does request video work? You spend the points, and then I will show a video that's up to 5 minutes long, or I'll watch 5 minutes of a video. Unless I really like it, then we'll keep watching. So, yeah, pretty simple. What's up, Scoey? How you doing? I have a question. My nation for EU4 Grand Campaign is from the 6th century Byzantine Empire, but a lot of shit happened in India, but they still held very good records. Should I use Western or Indian tech group? That's up to you. You can choose either one. It depends on how you want to roleplay it. That's up to you. Depends on how much they incorporated themselves into the local culture, I would say. So that's very open-ended, to be honest. We could turn Dhaka into producing marble. As opposed to cloth. Cloth is really good for development decrease, though, and I do want to develop Dhaka. But also making our trade capital into producing cannons for export or marble for export would be very, very nice. So that's a tough call. It is expensive, but it's not, like, mind-bogglingly expensive. Or we could wait and then export cigars, though I don't think that makes any roleplay sense, so we won't do that. Or optics. We are... that makes a lot more sense. Like, Dhaka is our naval hub of both trade and, like, just general naval traditions. So being able to produce really advanced, like, optical instruments and exporting them from Dhaka would make sense. Or we could wait and do jewelry. There's a lot of good, interesting options. Or woodworking. I'll have to think about that. After you more or less adopt to expand vanilla EU4 MPRP games, next should be customation RP. If you can choose between the two, what would you choose? Mods for sure. The next thing I want to get... He was kicked? Oh, he's lagging, yeah. The next thing I really want to set up is I want Anbanar games in our Discord. I want us to consistently host Anbanar games, because Anbanar is so fucking good for roleplay, and I know there's a lot of people who really want it, and I get that, so I would really like to get those set up. Yeah, Anbanar roleplay is the next one I want to set up. There is someone who may be willing to start hosting and organizing those, so I might get that set up in the next couple of weeks, but if not, it might be a little while. So, I will look to do that. I got pinged. Where did I get pinged? Diggy hole. Yeah, Dwarf roleplay would be fun. We did one session of an Anbanar roleplay game, and I had a great time with it, so I would love to keep doing that. It took a little bit for me to get into the mindset, because I haven't done a lot of, like, fantasy roleplay in a long time. I am D&D, I guess, but beyond that, not too much, so it took a little bit for me to get used to it. But, man, Anbanar roleplay is fantastic, isn't it? So yeah, I do hope that we can get that set up sometime. I really do, and I'll work towards doing that. Again, like I've talked about previously, we have scaled back a lot of our games in the Discord to, like, kind of not bite off more than we could chew kind of thing. But the non-tiered games that we're doing, like the training games we've started to run, have been going so well, and I'm not afraid to expand those if we have the people for it, which we will begin to get more of them. I just need to be careful. I have a habit of being really ambitious with many things in life. It's probably a flaw in like character, if I'm being honest. Like if I was to ever look at, like, my character sheet in real life, if I had one, I think one of my flaws would be, like, unrealistically ambitious. So I have to be very careful. And, like, I like to always ask, like, staff in the Discord now if I'm doing too much or trying to organize too much, because I don't know when it's too much. I can't mentally, like, make myself see that. So gotta be careful, man. Hammer, if you do play as dwarves, I suggest Ovdal, Kenzad, or the Ruby Hold. I want to do a Ruby Hold roleplay, Scobie. I want to do a Ruby Hold roleplay. That'd be a lot of fun. Spread love and massacre orcs. Laurent and Baron Tinsies are good nations to play as. I did a Laurent roleplay for one session. I really liked that. That was fun. I might have not been me causing the stutters. Yeah, I think it's someone else. Someone's really lagging in this game, Finster, and they can't figure out who it is. Well, you might need to do a rehost, to be honest. 1 second. Someone sent me something. I gotta read this. You're from Bangladesh. How's it going, man? What's up, Salimi? I'm doing my best to try and do a roleplay of medieval Bengal. If I'm fucking up and not knowing anything about things, feel free to let me know. Jesus. Alright. The orc manpower is ridiculous, yes. Ogres are especially crazy. Like, there's basically like the Shrek country in Anbanar. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. There's an Easter egg, and it's like an ogre country that is literally just Shrek. I assume we're probably going to do a rehost here in a minute. Wait, we're forgetting the strongest nation to play is Nimskad, or maybe even the Centaurs. Centaurs are very strong, too. Alright, what are we doing right now? Yeah, that's the one, Scobie. Plus, Kabuti and Dibscod research is literally just a tank. It's actually a tank? They get tanks? What's the date of that? Is that like at the absolute end of the game, Scobie? I assume? Because, I mean, otherwise that's ridiculous. You usually have to wait until Vicky 2 to get tanks. I gotta assume they're doors. Nimskad. Alright, let me go figure out what the fuck's going on right now. Where is Bulldog? He's not in the VCs. There he is.
See if you catch up if I...
So, what's up right now?
I'm trying to figure out why we're having those massive slow spikes.
Is it, see, you should see with the date who's lagging behind.
Yes, I am, but it's not how it normally acts.
Lemon Rush is a month behind. You see that, right?
Yeah, that was when we had the froze where everything was going like,
oh yeah, he
less
caught
than
up now
wind
though.
speed. No, Lemon Rush and Capper still aren't caught up. Because we had, the Ayatollah player was like 2 months behind, and every time he went 2 or 3 months behind, it was doing that.
Huh.
Because like when it goes really slow like that, that usually only happens when somebody's really behind and then it doesn't pause, but everyone just catches up and the game lags.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't be happening because of our no MP slowdown mod, which is making me think everything in that is not working as it should.
It's also a very big save file, and we have a lot of players in this game.
Which is why I've been running 2-speed.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of people, man.
We've gone 20 years in our time, so...
We have. It's been very slow, which I'm not opposed to for roleplay reasons, but like, it is a bit brutal. I mean, didn't we go up players since last session?
Yeah, we gained
have Sweden, Tunis, like colonial nations. We've got a lot. The Danish nation is doing excellent.
Have we considered sending a letter to NASA to see if we could use their servers for these games?
We should.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think they can handle that.
No, you're right. That is also that.
Can those games be hosted on a dedicated server?
People have brought that up before, and I've heard no, but I've never heard good reasons for it. So it might be worth looking into. We'd have to crowdfund it in the server, since I don't think obviously I don't have the money for it, and I don't think anyone else does. So we could crowdfund it.
Well, I think we can run it off of what is it called? There's the other multiplayer option with EU4.
Yes,
what is it?
The dedicated server hosting, I think.
So dedicated servers do work for EU4 multiplayer then?
Well,
I'm pretty sure when you launch EU4 on Steam to launch the game, and there's still an option to launch a dedicated server for hosting. You know.
It's there's two options. There's the Steam multiplayer and there's the other one.
Yeah.
Well, that's nothing we can do right now. Or we should.
Not for
Yeah,
today,
I can-
but it warrants a discussion.
Yeah, we can do that. But
Capper, Bavaria, can you leave and come hot join back in?
If we're doing hot joins, let's just do a rehost, Bulldog.
yeah,
Well,
that-
we can rehost. Yeah, that's fine as well.
Because we are 3 hours in, and if we're getting the point where we got to just keep hot joining, we'll do what we did last game, which is just they keep happening. So we got to do a rehost.
the other guy left, I think.
He did?
Sweden guy.
No, Vishiengar's still in the game.
No,
Yeah,
Sweden lagged out.
Yeah. All right. I left the game already.
He really populated Bundelkand. He told me he wouldn't do that.
I'm
He
probably
can't stop
going
himself.
to be taking some action against BJ.
All right, rehost it is.
Yep, rehost.
Cool.
Let me go find.
When your existence depends on Laurent for a wish will dish you later on. True. Laurent gets very strong in Enbadar.
Right. So are we rehosting or should I try to?
I'm gonna
We're
jump back to my own
rehosting.
VC. When you get it up, just ping folks. Cool. All right, we're gonna do a rehost. It's very unstable. Is the Qing Emperor of China? Yes. The Manchu player successfully invaded. Kitsune, what video are we watching? I'll play right now because we're doing a rehost. But yeah, the Manchu invaded China and they succeeded. So yeah, the Qing is Manchu is the mandate of heaven currently. Yeah, just link it here, Kitsune, and I'll play it. I'll screen share it. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen EU4 do. I still don't think it's me, since I usually don't lag behind so aggressively. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, Finster. It might have been the server. You're welcome to rejoin if you'd like. Oh, Antebellum trailer. Alright, cool. We will watch this. Doesn't want to let me show the internet browser for some reason. That's weird. Hold on. There we go. All right, I got it now. Oh, no voice actor. Come on. It should be voice acted. Come on. That's a big map. Yeah, space map. Have you seen the people reanimating the Mustafar duel in the Clone Wars style? I haven't, no. It's a total conversion mod, Finster. Normandy, fuck. No, no. Dual monarchy, oh fuck. Hadrian's Wall. Huh. Ottoman Megacorp? Pendragon update, nice. Pretty fucking solid. Fuck yeah. Definitely worth checking out. I think, like I said, the first mod I want us to learn how to, or start to host after we get good with the expanded kind of mods that we use right now. I want the Ambinar series to go, and then I think Amiyu Attacks his series would be fun too. I don't know how stable it is for MP though. We'd have to figure that out. See if that ID's up yet. What's up, Lou? How's it going? What's up, bro? How you doing, man? We are currently in Rehost Simulator right now, waiting to get back into this Bengal EU4 roleplay game, which has been going very well. It's been a lot of fun, but it's a huge... We've got a lot of people in this game. We got like almost 40 people, and it has been lagging all day. I'm gonna be honest, so it's a little brutal. What's up, dog? What were you doing? Were you, I'm gonna take a wild guess, doing Hoi 4 achievement runs? I'm gonna guess that's what you were doing, man. Hope you had a good stream. What's up? Is that Icy? Oh shit. That is in the process of Stellaris and some Old World Blues. Yeah, we're getting those games going next week too. We completely restructured how we run games in the server, and it's been very good. So we're keeping it up.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Doug?
How's everything going over in India?
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
You got the same. Did you actually hold on one second though? I just got ready. Lou, did you actually get Siberian Tiger? Because that achievement is fucking brutal. I've tried it a few times and it is insane. Did you actually get it? No, you just snagged it. You actually got it. Try number 3. That's actually impressive. I'll be honest, I've tried it more times than that and I failed every single time, so goddamn. Jesus. Congrats, man. That's impressive. That's not easy to do. Goddamn. Superior Pyrofiler 12 with support artillery. Hard to go wrong. Those are true through AF if we're being honest, man. Fuck yeah. Congrats. That's a hard one. Isn't that still the rarest achievement right now? I believe it is.
So what's your nation looking like religious?
Pretty solid. I've taken like a little bit west, but mostly I've just gone into Pigu in the south and the like Myanmar region, and it's just been role playing and economic development and trade essentially the whole game.
I might pull a spicy Spain. Because
you're gonna be dealing with a united Asia, you know that, right?
What?
Like all the Asian countries are cooperating, and if you guys show up, unless you can sow Discord, you're gonna struggle to get anything in Asia. Just saying, be warned.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I'm coming to speak to you soon, actually, about that. Yeah, I might pull a spicy Spain because
we're still looking to export a lot of opium to Spain, so you know.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. But I haven't had any good relations with any of the Catholic nations anymore, other than the Pope, and the Pope kind of joined the HRE, which pissed us off.
Yes, I heard the Pope's like in charge of the HRE now.
Yeah, and we were under control of the Protestants for a bit, and now we're starting to have like political, religious discourse in the nation with like Reformation centers and everything happening.
Oh yeah, so you guys are about to get the religious wars any day now.
I might actually, well, that's the thing though, like Spain has had a close relation with the Protestants and actually the Reformed, and with the first Pope going to Reform, I might, as the Pope, like, because I'm in charge of the cure right now, I might go Reformed or Protestant. Because Spain's having
Christianity, like Catholicism gets pushed out of all of Europe. Also, I heard people are speedrunning colonies. Is that happening?
I don't know. It's weird. Like,
I'm gonna see the map in a minute.
France has established his colonies pretty well. Like, he's been going to war with natives. And it's mainly for like his AI, for his player, like the player that's playing him.
Oh, he has all of Cuba.
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't own all of Cuba yet.
There's one, the Caribbean. That was one. And then he has
and
all
that's gonna
French
cause
Canada
a war.
already.
Me and Portugal reached a deal where like I'm gonna buy his 2 places in Nicaragua. and we're gonna
Portugal's
split.
got Panama, nice.
Yeah.
France also has the. Oh my gosh, he is really going quick. Portugal's really strong naval, colonially, it looks like.
Yeah. South America is a bukkake.
England and Portugal are both in the Cape already. Wow.
Yep. So is Holland. So is Holland and me.
They're headed to Asia really quick. Oh, yep, England's in the south. He's next to the Sunda already. He's got Christmas Islands. Is Japan actually colonizing? I know he wanted to do that. Doesn't look like it.
Yes, he is. Oh no, he doesn't. I thought that was Japan at first.
I heard that he went exploration.
Did he?
The Qing are huge. The Manchu player formed the Qing after he invaded the Ming, so he's taken the mandate of heaven. I'll go roleplay with him, but we only have like very faint relations since we have just like only trading relations with him right now.
So now we have a Ming and a king. We have a Ming and a Qing.
I see, you're fucking alive.
I'm still alive. I'm kicking, dude.
Wait, where are you, Icy?
Dog.
In the woods.
You appear like every few months now out of the fucking northern wastes of the fucking Sweden.
This is true. This is factual.
Hope life's been good for you in the military, man. You done with your training?
Yeah. You said what?
Are you
Am I
done with
doing
those training
good?
exercises you said you were doing?
Maybe, maybe not.
Are you currently on a comm system like deep in like Russian territory? Are you like infiltrating?
No, dude. No. I'm chilling at home right now.
Yeah, he's reverse
Okay, no.
KGBing the Russians.
I figured he's in deep right now.
Yep. Yeah. I moved to Russia real quick.
He currently has icicles forming on his eyeballs because he's in the deep of
Fuck.
Siberia.
Yep. Siberia's my new home. Did you not know?
I figured as much. All right, boys, we're back in game. I'm gonna keep my roleplay going. So
Okay, I'm not gonna bother you, bro.
sounds good. Appreciate it. Glad to hear from you, Icy. Hope all is well. Japan doesn't have the range for the Americans to colonize the Pacific Islands. Yeah, he's probably got to go there first. I can't tell if he took them or not because I can't see him, and I don't want to just go like look at it, you know. So, all right, we're gonna save up our money, and we are gonna embrace colonialism so we can actually get some of our technologies here. We are very technologically advanced, but we are now a bit behind, and Bengal does like to keep up, and with all of our trading relationships, we are able to get word and technologies before many others do. Drown them in tea, yes. Hey, Hammo, you forgot to cancel the embargo. Are you back in the game now? Yes, you are. I will cancel the embargo. A deal's the deal. Hammo, if you ever want a good mod to play alone or with 2 or 3 friends, I suggest the Third Odyssey. Isn't that the one about Byzantium leaving and going to the Americas or something like that, Scobie? There's a streamer and a YouTuber I really like to watch in my spare time. He's like the first like Paradox YouTuber I've actually enjoyed watching like on my own since really I stopped watching Tommy K. And that's Lambert, I think his name is. And he's been doing a Third Odyssey series I've been watching, which is, yeah, Lord Lambert. He's really good. I like him. I've been watching his YouTube series and I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, I've seen a bit about that mod. Yeah, I like Lambert. He's very solid. He's the guy that got me into Anbanar. I watched, I was looking for like EU4 roleplays on YouTube because I was curious to see if anyone had been doing them, and it's really just Lambert. He's the only one who does. And I found his Anbanar roleplay series and I really enjoyed them. So he was the one that got me into Anbanar. Him and Krieger, they both got me into it. But yeah, I really like Lambert. As Japan, you only have to take Kamchatka and you have range for America. Yeah, he does. I do want to try and join one of his games eventually. They don't do like the kind of roleplay I enjoy. They do more casual, but it's very entertaining to watch. I don't know if I'd participate in them, to be honest. I think I'd probably just rather read them in our Discord and make people actually roleplay. You know, like roleplay. But I do really enjoy watching his stuff. I haven't caught up on the third Odyssey series he's been doing, though. I do need to do that. What about maybe doing an Amateur MP games with Lambert? That'd be fun to do. Like I said, I don't know if I'd want to join his games. I like to watch them, but to be honest, like I want like a deeper roleplay if I play in an MP game. You guys know that because I'm a fucking purist at this point. And in like 6 months of roleplay, I've managed to make myself into an elitist roleplayer somehow. So I don't know. I'd consider joining them. But like, as I said, I'm going to be working more. I'm going to be limited in the number of games I can really play in the future. So maybe. I could look into it. When he starts a new campaign in his Discord, I might join their games, but I'm not too sure. I'm at the point now I have to like really pick and choose what games I play because I just do not have the time to play in a lot of them, which is sad, but it is what it is. So I got to kind of prioritize. And we're going to be running a lot of games in our server, which I want to play in. And then I do want to start playing in more of the Paradox Interactive Roleplay Series games because I really... Man, that CK3 game I played in has had some problems, but the roleplay has been very high quality, so I really have liked their games too. Yeah, exactly, Kitsune. Exactly. But yeah, I'd love to roleplay with Lambert sometime. That would be a lot of fun. All right, we have Rebels in Shakla. We'll send in the military, of course. We have managed to get a new trade fleet too, so we will send that out. I think we will probably send that to Malacca because we do need to push more trade out of Malacca. We're only pushing 4 right now, and it is a very valuable trade hub, which we could definitely see to get a lot more out of. You could probably talk about playing a non-RP game with him. Scobie, we both know I don't do non-RP games anymore. What do you think about doing CK2 MP-RP? So I will be doing one in the future. The Paradox Interactive Roleplay server, which is really high-quality roleplay, they're another server that I've started to play in a little bit. They are planning I think they're calling it their Imperial game. In like a couple of weeks, at the end of July, they're going to start it, which is like their big summer game. They do it every year. And it's a CK2 game set in like a custom mod their server has made, where it's basically really in-depth roleplay in like the HRE and CK2. So I will be playing in that. That will be happening in probably the next month or so, just heads up. Or I have a deeper MP-RP games too. Yeah, that'd be fun. It just occurred to me, you can use EU4 private messages as letters. Yes, you can. I prefer to go into VCs and do it, or like DM letters, but yes, you can use the private message system as a way to do that. Yes, absolutely. I want to see you and your friends do a All Brotherhood of Steel game in Old World Blues one of these days. That would be fun. We are going to do an Old World Blues game sometime next month, so we will be doing those. I do want to do more Old World Blues roleplay, so yes. I did that, the Montana chapter RP last time, and I really had a lot of fun with that. Brotherhood is a lot of fun to roleplay. I still owe someone a Port Maw game too at some point. I need to do that. How do you think about Victoria 2 MPs? So we are going to start hosting those in the server potentially. Jack and Badger want to start to host them, and I may play in them, but again, we'll see. I really don't know how much time I'm going to have for like all these games coming up in the future, so I kind of have to pick and choose. But yes, we will start to host them in the Discord. All right, we're almost ready to embrace colonialism. We'll do that. And then we'll be able to get back up to what we were technologically speaking. Yeah, Jackpot games last night were a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I never played those before. I did have a lot of fun with y'all last night. All right, we've embraced colonialism. Let's go ahead and get our stability. Okay, so wow. The Sultan just died. We have a region, which is the Sultana, Regent Kamala Shahi. For the young prince who is only 3 years old. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is pretty bad. The prince who has been in power for a while, and then the sultan, he did a lot of reforms, and he managed to get basically a lot of the estates under control, including the Rajputs. He just died, and now we have a 3-year-old on the throne. So we have another sultana. She is thankfully an entrepreneur, so she is fairly competent, but she is an 034, which isn't great. So all of our centralizing efforts we were doing under that sultan are gone. So yeah, this is not great. Turn on my fan. It's kind of hot today. Hope that Bethesda makes a Fallout game in Europe or anywhere outside of America soon. I want to see another West Coast game. I want to see a West Coast Fallout, then I'd be down for a European one. We haven't seen a Fallout game set on the West Coast in really the modern era of games, which I really would want to see. Alright, well, we'll send the army back to the capital to protect the Sultana, since obviously she'd be very worried. We won't roleplay on an assassination. We'll just say that I mean, he was old. He was in his late 40s, I think early 50s, so we'll just roleplay that he got sick and died. So I'll write out a roleplay in a second for that. But first, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. One thing I liked about the Fallout games are, like in Fallout 2, you can see a few people that are either going to kill or do business for in Fallout 4. Like, I think there are people you see as kids in 2, and you take to them as 4 as a grown-up. Oh, yeah, like there's characters that appear in multiple other games at different ages. Yes, that's true. It is pretty cool how they do that. I'd love them to do, like, a Fallout 5 set in, like, the West Coast after, like, the Fallout 4 timeline. And have like a bunch of like the old like Fallout 1, 2, and 3 like old characters, obviously, because they'll be old in it. That'd be pretty cool. I'd love them set like this, like the San Francisco, the Shady Sands down to LA, and maybe like some like the Borderlands, obviously. Kind of like New Vegas, but maybe like a little bit more ambitious on like having like more of California, maybe even Oregon. Depends what they'd want to do. That'd be so freaking cool. But that would require Bethesda to make some good game design decisions, and we all know how that goes. Alright, with the old Sultan dead though, we can go do some diplomacy. I didn't do any diplomacy as the old Sultan because he had a 0 diplomacy. Sultana Kamala is not like that, so we will actually go do some. But first, a roleplay post. How's it going, photographer? How you doing, man? The death of the Sultan. Shock and sadness engulf the Sultanate of Bengal as the old Sultan has passed away. His death was unexpected despite his old age, as up until recently he was in good health and fully focused on the centralizing efforts several generations of Bengalese sultans have failed at. It appears this will continue as the Sultana, who acts as regent to the young prince, is a woman with no mind for such things. Rumors from the capital suggest she is much more interested in growing the trade capacity of the mint cities and using the production and what some call manufacturing that has been developed there as a tool to exert more trade influence in Asia. She also plans to reopen diplomatic lines, as this is something the previous Sultan failed to maintain. There we go. In the future, oh, what's up, Emu? In the future history, will you get an episode about how the Sultan was assassinated? Probably in the History Channel, yeah. I am going to turn this EU4 campaign into a YouTube series, by the way. I just don't know when I'll get to it. It'll take a while. Work. Cool. Sultana Regent, the Drowning of Pirates, Bengalese, Boogaloo. Yes, the last time we had a Sultana Regent, it did create some problems, to be honest. So hopefully we don't have to go through that again. We will call the Diet immediately, since we need to obviously get the support of the estates in such a turbulent time. The Brahmins obviously need to be brought under control, and so we will build a temple in Ganjam. Ganjam? Ganjam? We have the money for it, so we'll go ahead and do that right now. Or the remaining funds we have, let's take a look. We have a very big surplus. We're very wealthy right now. The Sultana has a lot of money, and again, she is an entrepreneur and is very focused on trade and diplomacy. So we'll save some money to give as gifts to reopen our lines of communication with our neighbors. And the remnants of that we will use to build up probably some marketplaces and trade hubs. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then we'll build a shipyard as well in Chittagong. The important thing is that we open up a line of communication with the Ottoman Sultan, as he is the Caliph. Where is the Ottomans?
Italy and I lost. Just like they did in real life.
No, Sultan of Bengal.
Hello there. I seek an
Greetings,
audience with
Sultan.
the
I was just
Caliph.
discussing with him about the care for his captured Admiral Barbarossa and his captured flagship. They're in good condition. They will be fed much pizza and wine.
I know that you are very busy right now, but I would seek a private audience with the Sultan, if that would be possible.
Yes, yes. We have not much else to discuss. God be with you, Sultan. Hopefully you respect me now.
Greetings, great Sultan. I am an envoy of the Sultan of Bengal.
What brings the Sultan of Bengal to the mighty Ottoman Empire in these times?
We have come here at the behest of the regent, the Sultana, who wishes to reopen up communication with the West. And the first thing we would like to do is bring gifts to your great empire of silver and spices from the East. And we wish to formally honor you as the true Caliph of the Muslim faith, for it is by you that all Muslims are protected.
A very wise decision. We would like to show our thankfulness for these gifts with gifts in exchange. Good Turkish wine, food.
We thank you. You are very, very generous. We wish to ask if the holy sites are safe for travel, as there are many pilgrims in Bengal that have not taken the Hajj out of fear of the recent turbulent wars you have had with the Mamluks there and the old caliphs.
The holy site of Mecca and Jerusalem are both safe. Currently, the holy city of Medina is still held by the Najd Sheikhdom, but it will be brought under Ottoman control as soon as the Dutch are beaten up and the Portuguese have given up their coast privileges.
That is good to hear. My Sultana would ask for a formal decree of the Ottomans to protect all trading ships and vessels from Bengal that would come into your ports, as many would bring pilgrims on Hajj if you would give them your protection as Caliph.
Every Muslim on Hajj is protected under the Ottoman banner.
Good. We are glad to hear that. We wish also to know of news from the East. My Sultana, she is not from Bengal herself. She is more from the West. And she wishes the court of Bengal to be more informed about the affairs that go on in the West. Tell me, what news are there in Europe? I know that you are at war, as that is plain to see in your capital, as soldiers are everywhere.
There's a big war happening right now between the Ottomans and Tunis against Portugal and the Dutch. It is quite surprising that the Dutch have refused to peace out while having their whole country sieged, but it is very nice.
They are a very warlike people, then, it seems.
Yep, they decided to walk all the way to Constantinople instead, refusing to accept their faith.
I see. I am sure, with the power of Allah, you have nothing to fear and your soldiers will be victorious.
The mighty Ottoman Empire has nothing to fear, and we will make this war. Not quick, but we will win.
Good. I send you the blessings of my Sultana and wish you victory in such an affair. The last thing I wish to ask on behest of my Sultana is if you would be interested in formally writing up a trade treaty, which would allow, of course, Ottoman ships docking rights in Bengalese ports, as well as more of Bengal's own production being sent west to the Ottoman Empire. As we know, your wealth is great, and your markets would be prime for the traders of Bengal, which bring opium, spices, silk, and all manners of goods from our own hubs. The mid-cities of Bengal have implemented a system where we are able to mass-produce goods that many do not know, and I think much of Asia and perhaps the West.
Who would love to set up such a peace treaty? Unfortunately, if you mean the in-game feature.
I mean roleplay. You're fine. I'm at my max in that, so it's fine.
Well, then the Ottomans see nothing blocking this treaty.
That is good to hear. And
Just at this moment, the beloved Ottoman Sultan has died. His son has taken over.
just now,
Yeah, he was like 7.
send my formal condolences. I'm sure my Sultana would do the same. It is a tragedy to hear.
It is a tragedy to our treasure as the Janissaries are robbing the treasure again, demanding higher wages.
Before I leave, as a gift for both the departing of the great Sultan of the Ottomans as well as a show of faith from the Bengalese royal family, we would like to offer the money needed to build a mosque in Mecca to show the faith of the Bengalese people, commissioned in the art style of our people, and obviously maintained with the money of the Bengalese sultans. Is this something that you would agree to?
We would agree, and we would be happy to make a statue of the Bengal Sultana in the mosque to honor such an.
That is great to hear.
honor such
Although we are a secular Muslim Sultanate, we are one that holds a great faith for our love of Allah and would wish this to be shown in the holy cities. If there is nothing else, great Sultan, I will take my leave and head home to tell my Sultan of the good tidings, as well as the death of your father.
We shall see your pilgrims soon at the holy city.
Many Bengalese Muslims on Hajj will soon be in your own ports, and we look forward to the cultural exchange. With your grace, great Sultan, I will take my leave. Alright, good. We have rebuilt relations, or built relations with the Caliph in the Ottoman Empire. It sounds like they're having a very rough war with the Portuguese, so that'll be interesting. What's up, Dolphin? How are you doing? Alright, see you around, Scooby. Yo, Master, can I get my mod status back? Oh, this is your alt, isn't it? Sure. I can throw you alt. Man, you go through so many accounts, Dolphin, I swear. I swear. What's up, Condor? Yeah, of course, Doug. This is a letter of the Emperor of Ayutthaya. Dear Sultanate of Bengal, we have received information from the Qing Emperor in China about a European nation with interest in Asia going by the name of England. We have heard rumors of this England. I think we even had an envoy from them several generations ago, but that is interesting. We'll send an envoy to the Ayutthaya to see what they know of these Englanders. Where's Finny at? Hello there. Hello, is there anyone home? My Sultana just received letters from you, so I assume that you are nearby.
Yes.
Hello there. I am the great trading captain from a house in Dhaka whose name is of no bearing upon this. I have been sent by the Sultana of Bengal in the stead of the young Sultan to speak with you regarding the letters we've received from your court about these Europeans and these Englanders.
Of course.
What
We've
news have
received
you
this
of these people?
information from the Qing Chinese. They have made an appearance with naval boats matching and, in some cases, superseding the technology level of our own.
Even the
They've
ships
even
who
made-
you stole from our own shipyards, even those.
Yes, even those. They've made imperial ambitions in the rebel state of Yue, and the fact they are so willing to make demands of the Chinese emperor has made me and my court very nervous.
Are the Qing so weak as to accept this?
The English haven't made their appearance. Sorry, it's been a long year. The English have not made an appearance since. However, the Qing Emperor has made note of their technological and imperial ambitions.
That is very worrying. That is very worrying indeed. I know that my Sultana has sent an envoy to the Caliph and the Ottomans, but he is yet to return. Perhaps they would be of some help negotiating against these Englanders if they come to our shores making demands that they can back up. Though the fleets of Asia, such as yours, ours, our allies to the south and the Miwars, we are combined great power navally. So I think that we should not be so willing to accept such a proposal. They cannot be so far advanced than us.
Of course not. But the willingness to try and boss around the Chinese emperor.
It is worrying.
They are greedy and ambitious beyond imagine, or they have something to back it up with.
I doubt that. We have had contact from these Englanders long ago. I remember their ship. It was of a very strange design, but it seemed to be not much more advanced than our own, at the time at least. Though that was generations ago, or a generation ago.
I believe the last contact we've had further than Egypt was the... Oh, I'm trying to remember what they called themselves.
Our traders have said that there is an island to the east where supposedly the Englanders have set up a trading base, though.
Is there now?
We've heard rumors of it from the Sunda and other ports that our traders frequent. Supposedly, to the east, there is a port city that the Englanders have built where they trade with the east.
Send some people to look over at that. But
it would be a good idea, I think.
That's all the information I wanted to pass you. Thank you for coming here so quickly.
Of course, I will say in recent times we have our problems. Your willingness to steal our naval vessels was a great insult to my people. But after your willingness to give us recompense, we have reconsidered our relationship with you. I would say that if these Englanders and Europeans come to us, that we should work together, as they are foreigners to our religions and our cultures, as you well know.
Yes. However, we have to cut this meeting short because I just got declared war upon.
Ah, indeed. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
It appears as though we just got maps to a large portion, all of Asia. Wow. And Europe. Oh my. It appears that when our envoy we sent to the Caliph of the Ottomans came home, he came with a gift. The Ottomans gave us maps to all of Europe, part of the African continent, and it appears they also had maps of Asia that we did not know. This is a groundbreaking day in the history of Bengal, as we now know that the world is much bigger than we expected. We always knew that there were many lands that our ships could not reach, but now these maps, they speak of faraway places such as where the Englanders are. And to the east, the Japanese, which we've heard rumors of, and the Qing. I think that we will have to send a ship to speak with them. The expansion's going solid. I'm not really rushing it, Dolphin, because it's a roleplay game, so we've expanded very slowly, and I don't want to rush it. You know, there's a lot of years to go here, so I see no reason to rush it. Cat, if you fuck with my fucking mouse cord, I see you staring at it. No, I see you staring at it. No, we're not colonizing. We're going trade and economy so far, and we are going to get another idea group very soon. I know she'll fucking do it. She's just like this. She's like, the mouse cord's right here, and she's just like this right now. She's just staring at it, not blinking. Little bitch, I swear to God. She's not looking away either. Fucking cats, man. I think the commission of a flagship before too long wouldn't be a bad idea. What is the most recent Paradox game released? That would be Crusader Kings 3. Unless you're counting DLC. No, we already talked about it. There she goes. God damn it, cat! Oh, fuck. I fucked up my cord. Give me a second. So many fucking cords. No, 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 no. Nope. You're not fucking with the cord. I'm gonna have to move your chair again so you can't jump up here, dude. You know, you're welcome to come up on this table, but don't fuck with my fucking mouse cord. No. I see you going over there. I moved the chair. Swear to God. All right. The Rajputs have had their influence increase in Bengal. The machinations of a well-connected aristocracy, a strong sense of kin identity, and a growing reputation as indomitable warriors have all contributed to their rising power. We gave them a lot of military power with our old sultan. We can expect the Rajputs to play a greater role in Bengalese affairs in the immediate future. So they got more influence, no surprises there. We gave them a lot of concessions, to be honest. So that is kind of expected, to be honest. All right, we're gonna save up to build up like some manufactories because I want us to produce some more goods. Take one lap and show the cat. I'll show you Athena when she comes back over here. She'll come back over here in a minute. I'll show you guys the cat.
Sultan, have I arrived at a bad time?
Not at all.
When I first came in, it appeared you were under great duress.
Ah, yes, my cat was playing with my papers, you know. I have so many matters to attend to before my son comes of age, and my cat won't stop messing with all my documentation. But no, not at all. What can I do for you, Ambassador?
Yes, we believe we have just made landfall on a new trade depot. While it may not have any resources that anyone would consider valuable, it will make future trade between our two kingdoms, you know, much more easily sustainable.
Indeed. Which one would this be?
This would be down in the...
you took the Ottomans.
Yes.
Indeed. Well, you have an outpost then in Asia near us, which we would be happy to trade with. Our ships already go along the coastline to get to you, but it is a very long journey. So it'd be nice to trade with your, a little bit with your ports closer, though we will continue to trade with you in your own holdings far away. I do have a question for you while you're here, Ambassador. What do you know of these Englanders?
Initially, we believe the English to be a peaceful trading nation, but over time we've heard tales of them continuing to conquer and attempt to expand by many different means, via diplomacy, establishment of new colonies on our great homeland of Africa, and even expansion into your region of the world.
We have heard the same. In the beginning, we had an envoy from them. I remember when my husband, the old Sultan, met with their ambassador, and he seemed to be a reasonable man. However, we have reports now that they are trying to force their power upon the Qing, which, if they are so emboldened to do so to such a great power, it is very concerning to us.
Right. We had heard that they had an alliance. Is this not the case?
With the Qing? We know that they have made talks with them, but we did not know that they had an alliance. This is the first we've heard of it.
Yeah, so our merchants travel far and wide. We have began to develop boats that can travel a little bit further than prior, and we've seen a little bit more of the world, and had some amounts of contact with the regions of Asia and China proper.
Indeed.
I'm somewhat more concerned about these Portuguese people. Have you had contact with them?
Is this another Europeaner?
Yes,
I think that's what they're called. We become more concerned with these Europeaners as we find them to be very aggressive.
Yes, these Portuguese people of Europa have, to our knowledge, forcibly converted the great African kingdom of Congo to their brand.
Forcefully converted them?
Yes, under threat. The Congolese are not a strong people, but did mention that it was under threat and that they...
I know you hold no great love for the Caliph, but perhaps you should discuss cooperation with the Ottomans, as I know that they recently fought these Portuguese and won.
I have love for the Caliph. What is this news?
I heard, perhaps it was long ago, there was a letter that I think my husband's father had in his desk, which I read all his papers, that said that there was a time when the Kilwa did not find the Ottomans' claim to be Caliph to be valid. But this is an old document, perhaps it is long outdated. We do not get as much news from the West as I would have liked. I can only go off of what I have here.
Yes. This is not the case, as we recognize the Ottoman claim to defend the Holy Land and keep our people safe on our religious journeys.
That's good to hear. We sent an envoy to the Caliph to acknowledge him as the head of Corsair faith, and also grant safe passage for all those Muslims in Bengal wishing to go on Hajj. So we also find the Caliph to be a good and reasonable man. He also gave us maps, which have allowed us to see much of the world which past generations of Bengalese sultans and sultanas did not have. It has allowed us to realize that we are in a much bigger world than we expected.
Yes. What new technologies have you discovered since we last spoke? It has been 100 years almost since our last embassy.
It has been a long time. I know that we have a embassy still in your capital, but the past sultans have not been very interested in the West, I will say that. We have discovered advanced ships that allow us to sail to all the known world. We have implemented aquabuses and matchlock technologies into our military during our reforms, and in many ways we find our technologies, for the most part, to be very advanced, certainly in Asia, and even compared to the Europeans who have come to our shores. At our roleplay, the Vijayangar player is dev spawning, so we've been very advanced. Yeah. What of the Kilwa?
So out of roleplay, the Ethiopia player and I were like, I don't know, kind of being friends, but he's DC'd and now they rivaled me, and
jeez.
I'm trying not to.
If you could hold out for another hour when the session ends, I'm sure he'll be back next week. So. Yeah.
No, otherwise, we've begun a road network which spans the entirety of our coast. While in the past we have been predominantly a seafaring folk, we felt it was time for an empire of our grandeur to have this kind of
our traders bring back reports that your empire has grown very, very powerful and great since last. I think we had a formal discussion between our two sultanates, so we congratulate the power of the Kilwa, though I know with the faithful of Allah all things are possible.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
We do hear of the souring relations of Southeast Asia. What can you tell us of this?
There was a diplomatic situation underneath the leadership of my former husband, as the EU4 had given us a treaty promising safe passage of our ships in their ports for trade. However, whether it was the government there or one of the merchant factions, they seized one of our great sailing vessels, which of course are the most advanced in Asia, and they reverse engineered it, and now their own ships bear the design of Bengal. It's almost resulted in a great war between our two peoples. However, I know that my husband, before he parted, sent our admiral there to make a demand for recompense, which they gave, much to our surprise. So things have cooled down quite a lot, though I know that in many ways we are still rivals.
That brings me great pleasure to hear. Have you been able to journey further west, or are you still limited to the
We have
Asia
contact with the
nature?
Caliph and the Ottomans, but even that was only a recent thing. Beyond that, we have no contact with the West. Except, though, we did receive an explorer from Spain who was able to sample our opium and I think enjoyed it greatly. So we hope to be able to sell our opium to the Europeans soon.
Yes, the Spaniards of the Europeans seem to be of a more reasonable character than perhaps these Portuguese or those who claim to come from Holland, which have
the Hollanders, yes,
who have had rough dealings with the Ottomans, and I believe were recently crippled.
Indeed. Hey, these Europeans, they do love to fight, don't they?
They don't seem to love to win.
We'll have to continue that. Ooh.
All right. We will, as soon as we establish our ports there, we will bring a gift of gold from our lucrative mines in Kilwa, as well as, I believe last time you gave us a one of your elephants. Now that our ships are a little bit more substantial, we believe that we can take one of our elephants to you. A symbol to foster our
If you would give us perhaps several of your elephants, we would send several of ours. Perhaps the creatures can breed together. I do not know. I'm not a woman of science, but who knows what things are possible.
The elephants which you sent to us, I will say, are substantially smaller than those found in our homeland. So we might not be able to take more than a couple on a trade journey.
That is understandable, but we both know that the trade ships of the Kilwa are as numerous as they are grand.
Yes. It appears that I am required back home.
Very well, Envoy. Go with the blessings of the Sultanate of Bengal. We wish peace upon you and yours. Wonderful. How do cat reveal win? My cat is over fucking with my PC right now, so I don't know when she'll be back over here. I'm not gonna go grab her right now. I think she's found another cord on my PC she wants to fuck with. Alright, we're gonna go for a War of Assam because the Sultana is the last one. The Sultana knows that her son is not a military man, and he will not be confident in the ways of war. With these rumors that the Europeans are becoming more bold as they go east, we must secure the borders of Bengal and become strong so that in the future we do not have anything to fear from them. So we are going to prepare a War of Assam, who is a great rival. So we will send an ambassador to the Singh. We will go personally. Hello there. Great Lama. I am the regent, the current Sultana of Bengal. I have traveled on the pilgrimage routes and the great roads that our two great peoples have built with one another to speak with you personally.
How can I help the regent of Bengal?
As you may know, my late husband has passed away. He was a very strong man, though he lacked diplomatic ability, which is why I think you have heard very little from our Sultanate for quite some time. He was a man who would rather be planning military campaigns or administering the empire, and I don't think he left the capital in his whole lifetime. I am a woman who also has a mind for the future of Bengal. There are rumors that the Europeans, the Hollanders, the Portuguese, and the Englanders are becoming more bold as they come east. And I know that my son, he will not be a man prone to warfare. I think that Bengal must secure the northern regions, which could be problematic for them. And as such, I traveled here to see if our great ally of Tibet would be interested in a mutual campaign with Assam and their allies, as we know that you do have claims upon some of the regions their allies control. A mutual campaign would be beneficial to reinforce the alliance of our two peoples and to stabilize the border regions, as the coming days may spell much chaos across the oceans of Asia, and I would not have to worry or have my son worry about the northern holdings.
The Great Lama, I can tell you, has a great interest in bringing down the Himalayan princes. They have sent us plenty of diplomatic insults, speaking about his mother and other things that have been read across.
Indeed.
We have, I don't know if you've noticed on any reports, but we are slowly moving westward through the Himalayas as we speak, our army. After finalizing the Tibetan Plateau's entrance into the Middle East, as well as into southern India. So once we finish our current war with Samir, we will be more than willing to participate against Assam's allies in the Himalayas.
Very well.
Which I think is Kathmandu as well as Gorka.
Yes, it is. That is agreeable. I do not wish to wait for too long, as my son grows older, he may grow bolder. The sultans of our family are very known for taking a lot of control, even in their early years, and I would wish for this to be done before he simply does not wish to do any campaigns.
This should be done. We have reports that Samir should fall within 2 months.
Very well. That is completely reasonable. My son is still only 8, and although he is a very studious lad, he, I suspect, will wait quite some time before he attempts to take any of my power away. 2 months is reasonable. Our troops are already on the border of Assam, and we await a military incursion. Simply send us a letter, and we will declare the war.
Very well.
Thank you, Great Lama. I will return home. Welcome back, Scobie. How about when he explains the channel to his little brother? So I'm basically a Bengali sultana from the 16th century, and I love trade. True, absolutely. We saw Hammurabi's cat last stream. She's increasing her attempt at a coup. She is trying to coup this stream. One day, you're just not going to see me on stream anymore. It's just going to be my cat playing fucking, who knows? What would a cat even play? What would a cat stream? I have no idea. Isn't there a game called Cat where it's like a cat simulator? Probably that. Warsaw. Now one day you're just gonna come into the stream and it's just gonna be a cat sitting here playing video games. Gonna all be cooed, so be warned. Doom Eternal. I mean, my cat is a very aggressive hunter, so I wouldn't be surprised. She's fucking ruthless. Her and Pericles, my other cat, who's more of an outdoor cat, they're both fucking hunters. You should see the amount of dead birds I've found in our yard. So fucking many. So fucking many dead birds. It's ridiculous. We're gonna secure this next. The Sultana will actually launch quite a few campaigns in her lifetime because she is very military focused. She's an entrepreneur and she knows that there's a lot of trade value up here, and she also knows that her son will be weak, so she needs to do it before he can take over. You have a tomcat, nice. Is there not a cat PS5 game? I think there's a cat simulator that's coming out. I saw a trailer for it or something. Stray, I think it's called Stray. It simulates the life of a cat. It looks kind of interesting. I don't think I'll play it, but it looks interesting. Are we waiting until we declare the mutual war with our friends to the north? Goat Simulator is still a game, yes. Goat Simulator, that was huge a couple of years ago. I remember when that was just everywhere. Actually, it's been quite a few years now that I think about it, but still. My two cats are exact opposites. One is a very aggressive hunter, and the other is so lazy she hears a mouse, slightly lifts her head to watch the mouse go by, and then meow at me to tell me that there's a mouse. Yeah, that's about right. Some house cats can get very lazy. There used to be mice in this house, in the fucking walls and shit. I used to hear them when I first moved here. But as soon as Pericles and Athena, I adopted them, and they're kind of just hanging around our house, we found a lot of dead mice out in the back porch for a couple months. And now there's literally no mice in this house. I haven't heard a mouse in this house in probably 6 months because they killed them fucking all, which is so nice. Athena and Pericles, my cats, they're hunters. They are fucking hunters. They are very violent and they love to kill. So yeah, it's been nice. They got rid of the mice problem. My aunt has 2 cats and they are fucking lazy house cats. They will not kill anything. Did you know that during the Cold War, USA lost 14 nukes? Nobody knows where the nukes are. Yes, true. What's up, Dropkicker? Yeah, and a lot of them were lost on boats. A couple of them we know where they are kind of thing, but yeah, a few have just gone missing, which is crazy. Payday 2 is really fun. I loved Payday 2. It is nice. All you gotta do is feed them, and they exterminate all your, you know, your mice and your rats and shit. Yeah, cats are definitely apex predators. Look at lions or tigers, you know. All right, we're almost ready to go. All right, so a reminder, everyone in chat, you are an advisor to the Sultanate in the court representing the different estates and factions within the Sultanate of Bengal. We are about to decide the future path that our great Sultanate takes in the future. For now, we have trade and economic ideas because we are focused entirely on a great wealth of the mint cities and our trading ships which go far abroad. But we are coming to another crux in the future of our great Sultanate, and we must decide. So I'm going to put up a vote for our next idea set, and you remember, you are all advisors to the Sultana, so you will get to help choose them. So when you choose them, I would ask that you try and like choose it for roleplay reasons, but you know, I can't stop you from doing it obviously, so it's up to you.
Hello. Is this
One
the Sultan
moment.
of Bengal?
It is. I'm setting up a poll. Give me just a quick second.
Oh, okay. You're gonna love this RP.
Oh boy. Now remember, everyone, you are now a advisor to the Sultana. You get to choose the future idea group, so there's like a debates going on. But anyway, all right. Hello there, Ambassador.
Hello.
This is Sultana Kamla Shahi. What can I do for you?
I'm a royal envoy of the Spanish courts of the Spanish kingdom. We've had some rumors that a couple of our sailors have become really fond of this weird plant and this weird, I don't even know what you would call it, opioid.
Ah, you're speaking of the opium. It is it is a good way to ease the mind and the body after a long day.
We've realized this, and we've sent. Well, I've been sent here to possibly bargain a charter company in one of your provinces that sell opioid or that produce opioid for a fair price as well.
At a roleplay, what does the charter system do specifically?
It just gives me control of the one province, but you get a shit ton of money for it. Like, you know how like in India, when like India was colonized, you saw like those little tiny ass dot, like that little tiny Portuguese.
Yeah,
land,
yeah,
that
okay, I
tiny
got you.
little French-
I know how to roleplay that, because in that case, unfortunately, we cannot agree to a charter company, as it is the policy of the Sultanate of Bengal that we export all of our goods for good prices, of course, but we do not allow any foreign countries to be involved in the production. You understand, in our culture, the mint cities are great hubs of manufacturing power throughout Bengal and are very powerful in my own court. It is through them that we produce all goods, and frankly, even my own power does not extend over many of the regions, so I actually don't have the authorization to agree to such a charter. However, I would be happy to, on behalf of the Great Sultanate and her mint cities, to agree to a deal to export large portions of our opium to the Spanish if they are willing to provide. I know you said last time, I believe, that you have a lot of gold. If you would be willing to provide gold for opium, we would be more than happy to export it to your people.
At a roleplay, what do? I just request like what do I request for that?
I think
like
there's
a trade option.
Do you have trade decisions?
Yeah, I got two. I got request plantation imports and request. I'm guessing plantation.
Yeah, so you'd request plantation imports, which we would say would be opium.
All right. Alrighty. Yeah, I can agree. We could agree to that instead. Trade is always something that we look forward to as Spain, as the Spanish Kingdom. However, we do want to expand land-wise. Would you be okay with us establishing trade through our newly established colonies that we're establishing in the south area? Near Indonesia, as we call it.
We have heard of these, you Spanish developing many of the unused islands to the south, and we're happy to trade with those regions, of course.
Okay. Would you be willing to take 250 gold to establish such a trade?
If you wish to provide us gifts in order to ensure that trade can commence between our two peoples, we would be happy to accept such an offer.
Alrighty, I come with you. I come with a large chest here of 250 ducats, as we call them. Would that be enough for you?
That would be very agreeable. This is in Spanish gold, I assume. We've heard rumors of your great wealth. Oh, absolutely.
It is very pure gold, stamped with various kings of our kingdom.
I can see.
As you can see,
I would ask, the way that you mint these coins, they are so well made. If you were to take a quick look at one of the silver mint coins that we produce here, if you would take a quick look at that, you will see that our own designs, they are frankly very shoddy in comparison. would it be possible for you to send one of your mentors to us to explain how exactly you get these markings to be so well done? Or is it just the gold? Is it easier to impress such markings upon than silver?
So I actually have the capabilities as a royal envoy to mint my own gold, especially if we find it overseas on our travels. It's pretty easy due to the. Are you familiar with gold in massive quantities?
Massive quantities, no. Gold here in Bengal is a very rare commodity, which is why all currency is produced with the silver from the mint towns. We have a very small amount of gold, most of which is in the royal treasury here in Gada.
Well, here's a coin. If you grab that, if you take your finger, don't press too hard because you will ruin it. The coin. However, you can feel that the coin actually has a slight weakness to it. It can be very much molded very easily.
It is very malleable. I can even press it a bit with my finger. Silver is not like that. It is much harder.
Because gold is like that, it's actually very easy for us to print money onto it, and to print seals and whatnot onto it. However, over time, the coin will eventually dull out. As you can see here, this is a coin of a late king.
This is
that
much
was
older.
only 18 when he passed away.
The stamp has faded much. The mark of your house.
It is no longer the mark of our house. Sadly, that king and his house died off a long time ago. It caused a secession crisis in Spain. It was a very hard time for our people. However, we do honor our kings, even if they were short-lived. He only lived to be 18 years old with no heir, and only for a short period of 1 year. I was sadly on the toilet when he passed away.
Indeed.
Out of character, that's what happened.
Oh, nice. That's brutal.
I was taking a shit when he died.
I would ask though, would you be willing to still send a mentor? As I think we could learn much from you in the way that you mint coins.
Of course, I actually have a device here that can that I will give to you as another gift. Sadly, it has our printings on it. However, I believe you guys seem like technological people. I believe you.
We know that our technologies do match those in the West. Yes.
Yes. I believe your people could possibly reverse engineer this design to suit your own needs, putting your own mints and stuff, your own engravings onto it. As you can see, the stamp itself can be removed, and with a new stamp, that's how we are able to change out designs of our.
You can move it around. What's the word in your language? Let me see if my translator. Interchangeable. Tell him interchangeable. Movable.
Yes, interchangeable.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. This is something that we do not have here. When we make our own coins, there is just a large machine that we have created that does it, but it is the seals, they have been cast into it with metal, and we can't move them. They are the same, which is why Bengal is well known for having a currency that is much more standardized than the rest of the region. I hope that will translate well.
Yes, I very much understood what you meant by that. So as you can see here, I gave you the 250 gold as well as a stamping kit. Would you be so kind as to sign this paper here for the plantation imports?
Of course, if you would allow my my translator and my advisors to look it over very briefly. This all looks good here. We'll go ahead and agree to these terms.
Alrighty.
Before you leave, I would ask, would you be willing to partake in some smoking of opium with me? Since you will be importing it, you might as well get a taste of it. And I will say, as the Sultana, I am given access to the finest quality here. It'll take a lot of the stresses of the life of are you a trader or an admiral, sir?
I'm actually a trader. I do not have admiralty in the Royal Navy of in the Spanish Armada.
Very well.
As much as I would love to. Sadly, warfare is not something I tend lightly over. It's something that I've seen great suffering.
Speaking of warfare, I am General, if you would go ahead and implement the plan we spoke of earlier, don't worry, he will take care of it. But anyway, opium. Would you like to take from this pipe?
Sure.
I hope this doesn't break Twitch TOS, but anyway, we're smoking opium right now.
Sure.
Obviously not really, but...
Yeah.
Indeed. It takes a lot off my nerves. Many nights I come up here after playing the future for my son, who is a good man, but I'm attempting to build a legacy for him. It's what his father would want, and the stresses, they are very much so. I like to smoke a little bit of opium at the end of the day. I'm sure you would pick up the habit. It's a very good one to have. It does much for your health.
while I might not pick up the habit, I definitely would like to know what the product is that I will be selling to the Europeans.
Before you leave, I would be happy to have one of my own merchants give you a tour of the opium plantations to the south if you would like to see how we produce it, so you know the quality is good. A few traders ask such a thing, so you clearly know your stuff. You Europeans are very adept in the ways of trade.
I have this this device here called I believe they call it a bong over in the Middle East. I've got
a what?
A bong?
A bong.
Yes, am I able to smoke?
I think my translator is not saying these words correct. A bong?
Yes, it's a device here where you fill it up with water at the bottom, and then you smoke. I don't know if you can smoke opioids through it, but when I was traveling through the rich deserts of the Middle East, one of the nations of Hormuz were actually able to give me this item as a gift with this weird plant, as they call I don't even know what they call it, hashish.
Hashish, yes.
Yes.
The religious people of India, as well as to the west, I know the hashish smokers use it, but it is not common custom here in Bengal, and I would not partake.
But could I smoke
we smoke a much more.
This?
I doubt it. You're welcome to try, but I don't think it is done in a similar manner.
Yeah, give me a second here. Oh my gosh!
God damn it!
It's a little
I think it is not the best vessel to use with opium. Trader, Spanish trader.
Really?
No. We use a pipe here.
All right, let me use this pipe here. Jeez. This stuff hits hard.
Opium is a
really soothing.
very powerful relaxant.
Yeah, it's very I did take a real hit out of character, yes.
That was very clear.
Oh my gosh, this is relaxing very much. This is going to make us.
Oh, he did.
Bengal,
yeah.
The Sultanate of Bengal. I believe that you have a very, very close trading partner now. I believe that this will bring both of our nations great profits within Europe itself. Us buying from you and then selling it to those in Europe, I think it would be a very
indeed.
The
benefits of opium should be exported to all Europeans. I'm sure it'll be very popular with the Europeans.
Yes. Could we further enhance this agreement by maybe giving only exports into Europe through Spain?
Oh, you were asking for an exclusive trade deal with the Bengalese. That we cannot give you.
No. What could give us an exclusive trade deal just for Europe?
I am a woman well versed in the ways of trade. Perhaps another would be willing to enter in such a deal. We both know there's much more to be gained with trading with many partners.
Yes, of course.
Of course, if your merchants become very active in the ports of Bengal, I'm sure that you would be able to make deals with our merchants to allow for a large portion of our exports to go through you. But I will not, as the leader of the Sultanate of Bengal, sign an exclusive trade deal with the Spanish. Nice try, though.
Listen, I had to attempt it.
Of course, I understand. As a trader myself, before I was married to the Sultan, I did much of the trade dealings of my own family, and I have attempted many.
Trader or trader?
Trader, like trading goods.
Sorry,
my translator appears to have fucked up. He'll be beaten later. Yeah, it's hard to find a good one.
Seems like a very nice guy.
No, they need to understand their place.
Alrighty, well, it was great talking to you. I have now to travel south to the peninsula of India and speak with them as well.
Very well. The traders of Europa and the Spanish are always welcome in Bengalese ports, and if you ever would wish to smoke opium with myself or when he comes of age, my son, I will get him into it very young. I'm sure he will take to opium in the next few years. I hope you will.
Out of character. Are you able to Are you able to establish embassies? No. Fuck. We need an embassy mod.
It would be cool to have an embassy mod. I just do it in roleplay, so
Yeah, that's totally what you have.
All right, so back to role. Well, if to further establish relations, then how about we open up an embassy here in your capital city, the one that I could possibly work out of, and it will allow for us to have further embassies in all of Asia, as being our first embassy, and I could do more business with you from there.
Of course. The capital of God is always welcome to embassies, but as a trader yourself, and Spain being a trading group, I would recommend you establish your embassy in Dhaka, as it is the trading hub of the Sultanate of Bengal. And the Barakatra are great trading portion of the city. There are many offices there that I'm sure that you would find more than useful for the Spanish European traders.
Why don't you make your guys' capital part Dhaka? Is it just to separate the
it is for complicated
capital?
reasons, my friend. It is cultural and religious reasons, but I'll be honest, the sultans do spend most of their time in Dhaka in the Barakatra.
That's just like Spain. In Spain, the capital is in Toledo. However, Sevilla is our main trading capital.
You understand well then why we do it.
Yes.
But of course, all religious ceremonies for many reasons must be performed here in Gada.
Yes.
Honestly, as soon as I am done speaking with you, I will be returning to my palace in Dhaka.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Sultanate.
You as well.
Be leaving now.
It would be Sultana as well. Perhaps that was my translator. You will have to be thoroughly beaten later.
Have a great one.
You as well. You as well.
On a roleplay, that was like the fucking best RP ever.
Fuck yeah, man. The Spanish are gonna get hooked on European or Asian narcotics. That'll be perfect.
All right, see ya.
All right, see ya. Hello there. Is this the general of the Tibetans?
Yes, General Thaka.
Wonderful. I am General Barbak Paul. Unfortunately, I hadn't sent my troops to the south as there was a revolt in the old Piga region, but we are going to be sieging out Darling very shortly. Do your armies need any help from our own army here? I see that there are... My scouts tell me that they have a large force to the west.
Possibly in Kathmandu.
I will send my forces to the to that region.
I don't know if what they are doing. They are pretty... I'm sure communication is hard in the mountains, but they seem to be reporting to be scattered among our road that we built.
Indeed, they are using it against us, but it is fine. I will send my troops north to deal with that large army. Yeah, Finstay, you did expand a little quick, my man. At a roleplay, just saying. And the coalition caught up with you. You're having much success in the east. I see you around Scobie. The corruption of the Spanish traders by the Bengalis circa 1550. Yeah, one of my roleplay goals in this game will be to get Europe addicted to opium. We want to reverse Uno card the Europeans on this one. Build a zinc mine or a zinc manufactory, and then we'll build a tropical wood factory too. Well, basically in the roleplay, we're doing we are basically doing like industrialization before Europe. I'm gonna write out a post about it, but we're doing it in a really weird manner. Basically, we've invented like a form of like modern, like I'd say like 100 years early manufactories, like more advanced ones, but they're all done in our mint cities, and they're like owned by like the trading elite. So there won't ever be a lot of them. There's only a few of them, and it's basically it won't be spread due to the fact that they're like it's a guarded secret kind of thing. Is how we're gonna roleplay this. So Bengal is like a manufacturing production hub of Asia, but like it's so like privatized to the like trading elites that it won't be like widespread and won't be like a public like institution kind of thing. What's up, Jay? It's going really well, man. Miwar has gone to war with Yonpur. We'll do a war with them after this then. I'd hope they wouldn't paint, but they are doing a bit of that right now. Because I wanted to at least split like the current Yonpur region between me and Miwar. I could talk to him about a roleplay about that. What's up, Nico? How you doing? I still need to learn this game. It's complicated. It takes a while. EU4 is harder to learn than I'd say any other Paradox game.
I don't know. I think Storelis is, but that's just because they can't change the system.
Greetings, Sultan. I have come very far from Sicily.
Welcome to my palace in Dhaka. You've caught me a little off guard here. Normally I receive visitors in the historical palace in Gada, but I hope you do not mind.
You know, we like exploring. You know, it's always great to see everything a country has to offer. The beauty of nature.
Indeed. I will, I suppose, receive you here in my office where I do my paperwork instead of a royal visit. Who do I have the honor of speaking with? My translator says that this is not a Spaniard or an Englander I'm speaking with.
No, you are speaking with the Sicilian. We
Sicilian.
are proud people. Yeah, a proud people from the island in the center of the
you are from Europa then, I assume, as well? There are so many of you appearing on our shores lately.
Yes. I brought with you some food from my homeland. It's a staple of ours. We call it pizza. Would you like to try a slice?
Have you brought this all the way from your homeland? Because if so, I am sure it will be not very well kept. Is it a preservative?
No,
have you salted it for this distance?
Hey, easy. No, we'll show you how to cook some together. I brought the ingredients.
Oh, you wish to cook this ingredient? This is
What do you
very
think I am,
abnormal.
some sort of
You
Turkish
know you are
barbarian?
speaking with the Sultanate of Bengal, ambassador, envoy. Tell him he knows who he's speaking with right now, right?
I apologize, but
These Europeans are so presumptive.
Yeah, I have ADD, so I forgot what I said.
At a roleplay, it's fine. I'm just gonna roleplay it as an insult, but like a minor one, so you're fine.
I don't even remember what I said.
No, because you're talking about like a big leader,
yeah.
and like you were like, let's go cook together, which would be just like pretty crazy to say on like a first visit,
I mean, crazy to the people of Bengal, but the people of Sicily.
I will simply assume that this is a cultural difference. Do not worry. What?
My king loves to cook pizza all the time. You can see him in the market.
If you would give the ingredients to one of our chefs, I'm sure he would be able to prepare us some to eat. I do not cook. I am a sultana, not a commoner.
Well, here in Sicily, we believe that there is no difference between the common man and the king himself. Only his right to rule is determined.
You
through
are
action.
speaking in jest. A funny man.
Yeah. I've had. How'd you know I had 2 bottles of the wine on the way over?
I could not tell.
Oh, I maxed out on admin points. I need a dev. Maxed out on every point.
Admin ports, I do not know what you speak of.
I'm sorry. I'm new to
Anyway,
the-
ambassador, why are you an ambassador or a trader of these Sicilians?
Well, I have come. We have interest in some of your fine wares. The silk in particular.
A trade.
The
Good.
Bengali silk and cloth is of great interest. Your garments, they're beautiful. We've never seen anything like it before.
Indeed. The products of the Bengali Sultanate are great. We have silk, we have spices, we have opium. I know many of you Europeans haven't tried opium. Have you ever had opium?
Oh, yes. Us Sicilians are no stranger to opium. We're no stranger to some of the...
If we are to talk business, it would be insulting for us not to smoke a pipe of opium together, Ambassador.
Oh, yeah. Forget about it. Let's do it.
All right, wonderful.
Great Sultan,
We
I
will
would suggest that you move your armies into helping secure the Dalai Lama.
Oh yes, I see that. Can you add a roleplay? Can you call me to your war so I can help you with that?
Oh yeah.
Because I can't fight most of those armies right now.
My capital has 22 base tax.
Jesus, man. All right, back in roleplay. If we are going to talk business, my chef will prepare this pizza you speak of, and we will smoke opium together. Have you smoked the pipe before? It can be a little strong on you Europeans. You're not used to it.
Oh, listen. We are no friends. We are no strangers. I meant to the opium.
Good.
See,
Then here, go ahead and smoke from the pipe, and we'll talk business.
Hold on, let me take a hit over here.
Does this pizza you spoke of go well with opium?
That was a good one. Hold on.
Man is actually taking a fucking bong rip. What is with all these Europeans smoking goddamn weed? Yeah, fuck. Woo! Shit, man.
It is nothing.
Of course. I know you Europeans, you do not have the translator, the stomach for it. We all know that you breathe through your stomach, so you don't have the stomach for such things.
But we have the stomach to face the Ottoman fleet in the open seas.
You fought with the Caliph.
I beat his ass.
It beat his ass? I think my translator said it wrong again. He didn't learn from his last beating, apparently.
Well, you see, the Ottoman Sultan here, he disrespected my nation for so long. He said, he called my king a joke.
A joke?
He called the father of the current king a joke. Yes.
An insulting man.
We tried to come to a diplomatic
As you know, I
agreement.
am a devout Muslim and I hold much faith in the Caliph, so perhaps we should not speak poorly of him here. I know you wish to talk business, did you not?
Yes.
So you are interested in importing the goods and services of Bengal, I assume?
Yes, I would like to request the importing of a license to import some of the urban goods out of Bengal straight to Naples and Sicily.
We would be able to agree to a urban exports to you, as we have much to offer. However, I would have a requirement. All traders coming to Bengalese ports would be required to have a portion of their cargo include opium for export to European markets.
Buddy. That is...
It needs not be a large portion of your cargo, but it is one of the goods that we have placed a lot of priority in. So we would ask that at least a small portion of all Sicilian cargo going back to Europe includes some opium for sale there.
Listen, you didn't hear this from me, but the king of the Kingdom of Sicily will allow you to import as much opium as you want directly into Europe. We'll try to get that opium into the hands of as many Greek and Turkish people as possible for their enjoyment of life.
Of course, whatever you use it for, I do not care. We simply wish to get rid of our stock. I'm sure you understand. No, not to say that they're not good products, they are, but there are many in Europe, I think, who would benefit from the smoking of the opium. So we have terms then, Ambassador.
Yes.
Good.
I can send many ships.
Out of roleplay, are you gonna do the trade deal with us to do the imports of urban goods?
Yeah, request urban imports is
Yes.
what I'm gonna press. It'll
Sounds good.
increase your goods produced
I know.
modifier for urban goods by 10%.
Oh, I know. Yes.
Makes
Wonderful.
you super money.
Good.
Decreases tech costs that I don't even need because I'm just sitting with max monarch points in every category, basically. But it's a good deal. It's a good deal.
It is a good deal, and we will of course agree to these terms. Let us have another smoking of the opium to celebrate.
Yes, and I believe that pizza should almost be ready now, eh?
Ah, yes. My chef has prepared it. Let's. I will go ahead and try this.
Yeah,
It has a very strange flavor, but it is good.
Yes. Normally, at home, a personal favorite of ours is throwing a little pepperoni on there, maybe some salami. Hell, you can even do some gabagool.
Is this an
some
insult?
facade. No, I'm saying that at home.
You are suggesting a devout Muslim would eat pork?
No. I was saying that we did not bring that here because of your religion.
Ah,
Out of
I
respect
understand.
to your
Good,
religion, we
good.
did not bring any of those fine meats.
I understand. Again, my translator.
home.
I think I will have to find a new one before too long.
I think your translator. I think the opium might be a bit too much. Might be a little paranoid. I don't know.
He's not good at his job. I find that when you beat your servants, they do a better job, but he does not. It's very strange.
Yeah. Beatings continue until morale improves. You know, we
Of
know all
course.
about that here.
Ah, you in Sicily, you are a cultured people, I see.
Yeah, listen, we got the 5 families we work with. Of course.
Only 5 families in your country?
Oh,
That's very.
no.
There must not be a lot of people there.
One day in the future, your ancestors, I mean I don't know what the other word is for the opposite of ancestors, but future generations of your line will come to understand.
I find it very strange that there's only a couple families in your whole country. How are you able to buy a ship to get here?
Well, you see, these families run certain businesses. These families would be in charge of taking the opium from.
You mean trading
Italy.
families?
Yes.
Yes, I understand. I understand.
5 trading families, indeed.
Very well.
We secure beneficial trade deals for our people, because we remember a time when we were starving, and we were not free.
Indeed. Well, I am sure it'll be wonderful to work with your trading families in the future. I will say, though, for now, Ambassador, that this war is getting a little more intense than my general had told me, and I will have to begin to see to it personally.
Indeed.
It has been
I
nice
wish you luck in your
making a trade deal with you, and I look forward to seeing your Sicilian traders in the future. This pizza is very good, I must say.
Yes, it is the best.
Indeed.
Why do you think the last king died? Heart failure.
Heart failure?
Yeah, he liked his pepperoni a bit too much.
See, this is why I do not understand why you Christians eat the pork. It is a dirty food.
Us Sicilians are an impulsive people, you see.
I understand.
It has led us to suffering, but that impulsiveness has also led us to victory against the Ottoman Sultanate.
A great victory indeed, though I will not celebrate your winning. Oh my god, he really just went right up to my borders, bro.
Oh shit. AI?
Nah, player.
Uh-oh. Well, I bid you luck in the bloodshed to come.
Indeed, I have much to attend to now. We will speak again in the future, I hope.
Again, B&O Family Associate will be there soon to finalize the details of the opium.
Very well.
May Allah be with you.
And with you? Grand Campaign will continue next Saturday. I will not be here. I'm going to be out doing some stuff with my family. But yes, it will continue. You can, if you want to go in the Discord, Samurai, you can see if someone will stream it in the Discord. But if not, I'll be back. I'll be in the second session of the U4 part. All right, we have to deal with these revolutionaries. We will finish off Assam, and then I think a war with the Yanpur is warranted given recent actions by the war. Out of roleplay, he took so much. I didn't think they would take this much of India.
Well, I have something to talk to you about that too. We'll talk later.
Okay. Like, I explicitly didn't expand quickly because I thought that we were good, but... Alright. This is a non-tier game. These guys are beginner role players, so it's understandable.
Yeah. Sultan of General of Bengal, does your Queen or Sultana region, I don't know.
Sultana.
Your Sultana. Sorry, language barriers.
No worries, we understand.
We would like to award you Makwampar as good faith for our long-lasting alliance.
This is a word that we don't know in our language. What is it exactly?
It is the city to your north.
Ah, yes. The one that we, I believe, stipulated in a deal long ago?
Yes.
Very well. I will send a piece to the people there. If you would siege out the Gorkha, I'd be happy to sign a treaty with them, giving their lands to you as we stipulated in that deal a generation past. And we'll finish off Assam. Outside of roleplay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Holy shit, I've been drinking too much coffee. Aw, game's almost done. God damn it. I had a lot of fun.
Yes. Yes, it was a lot of fun.
Fuck. These EU4 games, we get to the end of them, I'm just like, oh, god damn it. It's 5 hours, too. The worst part about EU4 MP is when you realize it early on, and then it takes another hour to actually lose. Yes. It's like playing a game of chess, and you realize you made a fuck up, and it won't fuck you that next move, but in 5 moves, the game's over. That's the worst feeling in chess.
I don't know what happened in this game, but when I became Tibet, the Quang did something and recreated my old nation, like in China.
The saying, yeah. Oh my gosh, yes. I see that. I mean, you could roleplay it that basically after you formed Tibet, someone claimed, like, your title or something, like, backed by the Chinese or something.
But it's not even any province that was cored by me or
No,
any...
it's weird. That is very strange. I'm sad. I won't be back streaming for another week, too. We will call one last dude before the end of the game. And we'll attempt to win a stability of 3. We can't do that. Rash puts or Ramirez. What do Rash puts? We'll need to go deal the rebels to get rid of that. Quality education for our officer corps. Have you noticed we've had to run the game on speed 2 the whole time because of the lag?
Yes.
I kind of like it though, to be honest.
Yes, I do too.
I know some people are probably getting very upset about how slow it is, but it makes it so you have more time to roleplay out the lives of your leaders and stuff, which I really like. What's up, Dolphin? One more conquer. We've got a very good economy, though. Like, economically, this game, we have absolutely transformed Bengal. Alright, I think that's it. Damn. Alright guys, we're gonna call it here. I am going to go get us to raid someone, and then I'm gonna go end off this game for folks. Alright, I know exactly what we're raiding today. One of the guys who likes to watch me is streaming right now. I saw it a minute ago. Where's he at? Let's shoot Wilhelm a raid. He just started to stream. He's a solid dude. He plays EU4. I think he's streaming EU4. Yeah, Gamer Willem. Alright, Willem's playing some EU4. We're gonna go raid him. Let's see. I'm not gonna be back probably streaming for a week. Like I said, I've got family visiting the next couple weeks, so I'll be kind of taking, I guess, a bit of a break from streaming. So I'll probably have a lot more energy when I get back too, which will be nice. So again, I will be back streaming next week, the next session of Bengal EU4. I won't be back before then though. Infinitesimally small chance I'll stream the EU4, the CK3 game on Tuesday, but I doubt it. I got shit this week to do. So, yeah. Hope you guys enjoy your week. I'll see you next Sunday, and yeah, usually I have stuff to announce. There's a lot of games in the Discord going on. We got some more non-tier games this week. We've got an MD game on Thursday that's hosted by staff. We've got 2 CK3 games this week that are hosted by staff. I won't be in them. I won't be streaming them though. So yeah, all right. Hope you enjoyed, guys, and I'll see you around.